Hello and welcome to the East Lansing City Council meeting for December 6th. I'm going to go ahead and call this meeting to order at 7:05. Can we start with roll call?
Councilmember Babcock. Present. Councilmember Brookover.
Here.
Councilmember Watson. Mayor Pro Tem Gregg.
Here.
Mayor Bacon.
And I'm going to move approval of the agenda with one change. We have got a pretty weighty amount of public comment here tonight, so I would, just in respect to people who are here for not that, I'm going to bump the special presentation for Judge Richard Ball ahead of communications just for tonight. We'll call that section 1A maybe, so we don't have to renumber the whole agenda after that. And then if anyone has any other amendments or a second, that would be great.
I second the modified agenda.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so we'll do approval of the minutes for the special regular council meeting of November 15th, 2022.
I move approval of the minutes from 15 November 2022.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Brookover, seconded by Councilmember Babcock. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Which brings us to the special presentation for retiring Judge Ball. If Judge Ringwald would come up to the podium.
Mayor Pro Tem Gregg, council members, Babcock and Brookover, and members of this community. I am Judge Molly Hennessy Greenwald, and I am honored to be here tonight to recognize Judge Richard Ball's 30 years of service to the 54B District Court. I thank the council for acknowledging Judge Ball's prestigious career and his contributions to the court and the community. I am at a place in my life and career where doing anything well for 30 years is something to be admired and celebrated. However, there are aspects of the work of a district court judge that make Judge Ball's accomplishments particularly extraordinary. As is often said, district courts of this state are the people's court. The 54B District Court is the only court dedicated exclusively to the people of this community. Thus, if members of this community have had an interaction with the court, it is more likely to be the 54B District Court than any other. And for the last 30 years, many, many people in this community have interacted with Judge Ball. It is impossible to arrive at a definitive number of cases that Judge Ball has presided over in his tenure, but a reasonable estimate is in the hundreds of thousands. For each of these cases, there are multiple parties and attorneys. For a smaller number, there are witnesses called and jurors summoned. The point being is that Judge Ball has touched countless lives over the course of his time on the bench. I'd like to provide some insight into how Judge Ball has handled these many legal matters and litigants. First, he has done so with the highest respect for the law and the Constitution. Judge Ball's degree from James Madison College in 1971 was in justice, morality, and constitutional democracy. This was a truly inspired choice of major because these principles have animated his entire legal career. For Judge Ball, constitutional principles like the presumption of innocence are not just words. Recent criminal justice reforms aimed at pretrial release and reducing incarceration are important and may be necessary for some judges, but not Judge Ball, who, with the presumption of innocence as his guide, has always upheld an accused right to pretrial release. In addition, Judge Ball brings to his cases an incredible breadth of legal knowledge, gained both from his time as a successful practitioner and his years on the bench. He knows criminal law, landlord-tenant, property, contracts, I might go to him with a small procedural question and leave understanding usury. Just yesterday, I was telling him about an interesting motion I had in a no-fault insurance case and mentioned the controlling Michigan Supreme Court decision. When I gave him the case name, he informed me that that was his case, and he had represented the plaintiff. But Judge Ball is not only well-versed in the law. Equally important, he possesses the attributes required of the best judges: patience and respect for witnesses, parties, and attorneys, a knowledge of when to speak and when to listen, a sense of fair-mindedness and even-handedness, kindness, and compassion. These attributes are on full display in the way he presides over the Ingham County Veterans Treatment Court. Judge Ball, who himself served in the Michigan National Guard for 20 years, has a wonderful rapport with the veterans he supervises. With his understanding and unfailing patience, many veterans have graduated from that program substance-free, with better jobs, relationships, and an overall better quality of life. In fact, Judge Ball will preside over his 110th graduation at his final vet court hearing next week. Another example of Judge Ball's thoughtfulness was mentioned at the Ingham County Bar Association's annual dinner this year. An attorney who was the recipient of a pro bono award was relating how he was assisting people with expungements. This was not the lawyer's practice area, and he was nervous about his first hearing, which happened to be before Judge Ball. Judge Ball put him at ease. He and his client were both heard and treated with respect. The hearing went well. Now, other judges may conduct themselves in a similar manner, but here is where Judge Ball stands apart. After that hearing, Judge Ball emailed the attorney to thank him for providing the pro bono services. That is the thoughtfulness that stands apart, and that is Judge Richard Ball. He is a lawyer's lawyer, a judge's judge. He has served this city and community with distinction for 30 years. I am proud to call him a colleague and a friend, and I know that I and the other judges who will follow will strive to live up to his example. Again, I thank the City Council for acknowledging Judge Ball's service and for letting me introduce him here tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Not quite sure what to say, but Mayor Pro Tem, council members, Judge Greenwald, there's a lot more to every one of those stories than what you've heard tonight. I keep hearing 30 years, and then I get a congrat from Tom Fehrenbach. I'm so old, I've been around so long. Tom Fehrenbach's mother was a clerk in the 54B District Court when I started out in 1993. That's how long I've been around. Tom was probably not even born yet. Now he's got 4 kids, lives here in East Lansing, etc. And another thing I'll say to Judge Greenwald and Judge-elect Babcock, something they don't already know, they'll find out soon enough, that we judges never know what our reputation is in the community. We just don't get feedback. So for me, it's a thrill to hear some nice things said about my service. We just don't hear that along the way. It's been a great ride for me. Very little controversy. Controversy can kill judges. We've had some of that in the past, happily. Great relationship with the city, with various councils. Tom Doherty, none of you remember Tom Doherty, George probably does. I know he was the city manager when I came here in 1993, and wasn't here long before Ted Staten came. So in all those years I've been here, I've only had 2 city managers. That's Ted Staten and George Lahanis. Our court has had an extraordinary relationship with its funding unit. It used to be called the control unit until the district judges started to complain about that about 30 years ago, as a matter of fact. Now it's called the funding unit. But we've had an extraordinary relationship, and I would bet there's not a district court in this state that's had a better relationship with its funding unit than we have had over those, at least the 30 years that I've been here. We have had the respect of the city managers that I've worked with and the councils I've worked with, and appreciation for the separation of powers, something we judges talk about all the time, and maybe ad nauseum, but it's still a principle that's very important. And Ted and George understood that, have always understood that, and that's caused us to have a great relationship. So, seems like I was just sworn in a day or 2 ago. So I'll admit I'm now 73. I don't know how that happened. I was fortunate I got reelected every 6 years without any opposition. The first campaign and the first election was a little bit more colorful than the rest of them, but I won by 69 votes in 1992. I had a recount, and the recount was not performed, I think, until December 23rd. So here we are on, what, the 6th? Think about it. I would have had another 2 weeks to wait until we heard the results of that recount. But George Brookover was involved in that to some extent. But did we not learn about hanging chads in that recount in 1992, December 23rd, forerunner of the 2000 election, where those judges in Florida trying to determine, I don't remember, I think there were some hanging chads. I don't know how that affected the outcome, but I'll always remember my vote total swelled after that recount from 67 to 69. Nevertheless, 68 more votes than I needed to get elected. So anyway, thank you all. Thank you for taking your time to honor me. Maybe that's not the right word. Commemorate's not the right word, but to say some nice things about me, and I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
I am going to read some nice things. I'm going to read our resolution out loud, but I think I have a feeling, just a feeling, that my legal colleagues on this side of the table might have some personal recollections of Mr. Ball, of the Honorable Judge Ball. I guess you're not a Mr. Of the judge to share. So I'll offer you guys a chance to speak.
I will have no comment about Judge
No
Ball.
comment.
Thank you for offering.
I think I, like many other people, wondered how he was a state representative from Owasso while being a judge in East Lansing. But you were 2 different people. When I moved back to town in '95, I was like, wow, that is amazing. But 2 different people. And
Oh, you're on this issue. Okay.
okay, so I wasn't as far off as I thought. Okay. Speaking of houses, this one promised me a tour of your house once because I love your house. It reminds me of like a fairy castle, and this one says that's where the cider girls used to live, and they were pretty hot babes back in the day.
Lisa, the Brookover rules. There's just some things we don't talk about. I don't.
Anyway, 30 years is the longest anyone served on this bench. It is by time alone, and certainly by action, we are in the presence of one of the people who will be one of East Lansing's greatest civil servants of all time. And I know when I appeared in front of you, you never flinched. And 30 years of misdemeanor cases, 30 years of landlord-tenant cases, and somehow you look younger today than you did the first time I saw you. Of course, maybe that's because the exit's on the horizon. But on behalf of the community, I say thank you for every one of those days. And I never got my house tour.
There might
still
still be time. Yeah.
It's not going to happen now.
Mr. Lahanis?
Yes, just thank you, Mayor. Appreciate it. Just want to say a brief thank you to Judge Ball. I've been around for about 24 years. We got to work together not just in my 13 years as manager, but before that as a HR person assisting the court in different ways when he was chief judge. And I think that the relationship benefited from his leadership and stewardship of the court, and it was just always a pleasure to work with him. Always professional, always had the right answers, the right history, the right information. Just really a pleasure to work with, and he will be missed. So thank you, Judge, for your service.
And I am going to read our resolution honoring Judge Ball for everyone who hasn't already gotten the hint that he's a special person. Here's some other more specific reasons. So this is a resolution recognizing 30 years of judicial and community service for the Honorable Judge Richard D. Ball. Whereas the Honorable Richard D. Ball, Judge of the 54B District Court, is retiring on January 1st, 2023, and will have served the city of East Lansing and surrounding areas for 30 years. And whereas Judge Richard D. Ball graduated from Michigan State University's James Madison College in the college's first graduating class with a degree in justice, morality, and constitutional democracy. And whereas Judge Richard D. Ball received his Juris Doctor from Thomas M. Cooley Law School, was admitted to the State Bar of Michigan, and established a successful private practice. And whereas Judge Richard D. Ball was elected to the East Lansing School Board in 1988 and served as board president from 1991 to 1992. And whereas Judge Richard D. Ball was elected to the 54B District Court Judge in November of 1992 by a margin of 69 votes after a recount, and was reelected without opposition in 1998, 2004, 2010, and 2016, and served the court as Chief Judge. And whereas Judge Richard D. Ball served as the president of the Michigan District Judges Association and the Ingham County Bar Association. And whereas Richard D. Ball served in the Michigan National Guard for almost 20 years, since 2013, and has presided over the Ingham County Veterans Treatment Court, overseeing the treatment of 155 justice-involved veterans. And whereas during his 30 years on the bench, Judge Richard D. Ball has handled hundreds of thousands of cases, including the MSU riot cases, and has been a visiting district, circuit, and probate judge in counties throughout the state. And whereas Judge Richard D. Ball can claim his highest honor as the father to his 3 daughters, Lisa, Megan, Janelle, and his granddaughter, Evelyn. And whereas Judge Richard D. Ball has earned the admiration and respect of his staff, colleagues, and constituents for his dedication, professionalism, and work ethic. And now therefore be it resolved that the City of East Lansing recognizes the personal and professional achievements of the Honorable Richard D. Ball, and herewith expresses its sincere gratitude for the 30 years of service to the City of East Lansing and the region. Well deserved. And I hope that your retirement I hope you already have plans and that they're going to be great. You've well earned this. We're going to take a brief opportunity to take some pictures of the judge with the resolution. Any fellow council members that want to join me for a picture would be welcome to do that, and then we will resume our agenda.
I didn't think this through.
You
Mr.
go
Brookover?
do it. You're the judge.
That's all right.
I'm fine.
I'll grab him later. Thank you.
I'll have a Manhattan.
This is his moment. This is his moment.
Okay, resuming the agenda as amended. So we'll jump on to section 2, communications. I've got quite a stack of blue cards. If you haven't already had a chance to fill out a speaker card, you can still speak. Please fill it out at the podium. I want to direct everyone's attention to our communications packet, which is published on our online agenda. If you are interested in any written communication received by council in the last probably a month, right, since we've had a communication packet, I guess. You can find it attached to this agenda online. And then I will remind members of the audience that we have a 5-minute speaking period. We have a lot of interest on one specific topic on our agenda. So if you are part of a group, maybe just in the interest of time, having people come up together, we want to make sure that everyone gets recorded as having spoken, but we also want to be, attentive to people's time. So I've got Nell Kunimich. Hi, Nell.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, members of City Council, and Mayor, and let me see, how do I say this? Members of the administration, sorry. I just wanted to very briefly cover a number of topics. One, I'm sorry that Judge Ball left, but I wanted to thank him for his years of service here in our community. I also wanted to support, and I know it's a presentation, but I wanted to support the work, as I have read a portion of it, of the group that did the evaluation for the Police Oversight Commission on our practices and policies and the implementation of them, because I think there is always room for all of us to learn and grow. And I spent some time looking particularly at the use of force portion of that study. I didn't get through the whole thing. And I thought there were some very insightful and helpful and thoughtful kinds of recommendations and comments in there, and I hope that you all are very open to those. I also wanted to support the resolution to declare East Lansing a sanctuary city. I think there is great need for that, and I think it is something that would be honored by a large portion of our community. So it's not often that I take less than the time I'm allowed, but I thank you for the opportunity to speak. I commend you for the work you're doing, and thank you for the opportunity to present.
Thank you so much. Reverend Dr. Kit Carlson.
Mayor Pro Tem, council members, staff, thank you for letting me address you tonight. In the written communications packet, you'll find a letter written by the board of our church, our All Saints Episcopal Church across the street, supporting the resolution to declare East Lansing a sanctuary city. I'm before you tonight as a voter and a resident of this city to speak on my own account to support the resolution. For 25 years, I lived and worked alongside immigrants in the Washington, D.C. area. I worked for a cross-cultural exchange program. My kids went to schools where generally there were 50 or more languages spoken by the students in their own homes. The churches I served were majority African or African and Caribbean immigrants. And one of the churches I served also began a ministry to the Spanish-speaking population. So I spent a lot of time in the presence of people who have come to America from other countries. And what I have learned is first that immigrants enrich our world. They bring us cultural contributions. They work hard. They pay their taxes. And they are trying to grab the American dream just as much as anybody else. The other thing I learned is that our immigration system is desperately broken, and no one in any Congress or presidential administration in my lifetime has had the moral fortitude to try to fix it. I feel like we just can't wait, and our neighbors from other countries can't wait for someone to get through to make our immigration system rational, to make a decent line. They always say people should get in line. There's no line. I don't think we should wait for others in higher levels of government to fix this. I think the time is now to officially extend a welcome to any and all people who want to be part of our life in East Lansing, regardless of their national origin or their documentation status. Council members, you can be bold where officials at other levels of government have failed and been timid. So please vote to make East Lansing a sanctuary city.
Thank you. Raquel Acosta?
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Raquel Acosta, and I am here to ask, encourage, and empower the council here to declare East Lansing a sanctuary city. I'm a senior in the James Madison College at Michigan State University, and I'm also president of Dream MSU, a student-led organization which advocates for the rights and resources of immigrants, DACA, and undocumented students on MSU's campus and in the greater Lansing area. Not only am I a student and president, but I myself am the daughter of a Mexican immigrant. We as students have been fighting for both sanctuary campus and sanctuary city status for years now. It's been a long time coming, but the community efforts have remained consistent through all these years. Many don't understand why this issue is so important, especially here in East Lansing of all places. And the reason is simple, because this issue affects a significant amount of people in our community. MSU specifically boasts one of the largest international student populations. Since admitting its first international students in 1873, MSU has welcomed tens of thousands of international students and scholars to East Lansing. Today, MSU is home to almost 10,000 international students and scholars from more than 140 countries. While sanctuary status relates to the protection of undocumented people rather than immigrants in general, it is critical to understand that the vast majority of people who come to the U.S. illegally are not jumping the border, but rather they are international citizens who overstay their visas, which they attain legally. According to the recent data, the total number of visa overstays accounted for 2/3 of all new undocumented immigrants. And we can't simply ignore the needs of these thousands of East Lansing residents, because not only do they greatly contribute to the culture and the community of this city, but also to our local economy as well. Michigan State University's international student population alone contributed to $324.5 million to the local economy through spending on education, housing, dining, retail, transportation, telecommunications, and much more. Their economic impact also supports 4,675 jobs. While I hope you don't ignore the stats behind the importance of sanctuary city status, there are also some incredible life stories behind each one of these data points. And I'd like to share with you the story of my father. So, originally from Mexico, my father came to the US, where he spent most of his childhood working in the fields of Michigan's farms. He went on to get his bachelor's and eventually master's degree from MSU. He worked and lived in the greater Lansing area for years. And although he can't be here in person, he has this to say about sanctuary cities. Plain and simple, this country has always allowed for individuals to have access. The reason we are here today isn't because there's not access. The reason that we're here today is because access has become conditional. We have relegated individuals with their innate, inherent abilities to be stifled and gaslighted into thinking that they are hopeful participants waiting in a line for this country to graciously hand them something that they already inherently possess. What my migrant working family understood was that farmers' crops could not be made profitable without them. They knew that without their hard work and contributions, nothing would come to fruition for that farm entity. It is the same with these institutions. Nothing happens with education or local communities if we are not all allowed to be active participants. If we are not all allowed a place to critically process and operationalize each and every one of our thoughts, feelings, and passions, we will never reach our full potential as a community. Today is about acknowledging our oppressed practices and mindsets, and in turn, catalyzing all that has been seen, said, and shared into transformative action. Today, our city officials need to take the lead for people altering oppressive structural conditions. Today, we as students, citizens, community members, families, in the throes of challenging each other and our institutions, need to act and assert ourselves as agents of change. To question assumptions, develop an appreciation for our history, and critically interrogate the idea that though education is a value-neutral enterprise, it is a freedom that all have, and that great influences like the City of East Lansing need to nurture, develop, and preserve for all who seek to embrace it. And that's all I would like to share with you today. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much. Mr. Sardar?
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and esteemed council members and everyone else. I'm here in support of the Sanctuary City resolution as well. I speak both as a citizen of the city of East Lansing as well as a commissioner on the Human Rights Commission. I'd like to let you all know, first of all, thank you for taking it up and putting it on the agenda for consideration. And I'd like to convey to you all that it has the unanimous support of the Human Rights Commission. And this comes after relentless efforts by student organizations, some of whom you're going to be hearing shortly. You already heard one of them at least. They've been pursuing this matter for a long time. So I think this is long overdue. It's not enough just to be a welcoming city, which we already are. I think that's the job of houses of worship like Pastor Kit Carlson, who puts up a nice banner welcoming everybody, which is much appreciated. But as a city, I think you need to empower your departments, your police department in particular, and every other department that to safeguard the interests of the undocumented immigrants. With that, I also noticed that 2 of your council members are not present here, so I don't know if that requires an item as important as this requires everyone to be present for consideration. In any case, once again, I echo my support to it on behalf of the Human Rights Commission, and I hope you'll duly consider it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jack Behan?
Good evening. My name is Jack Behan. I am the community liaison for ASMSU. Thank you for the chance to speak with you today. I wanted to voice my support for the city of East Lansing to affirm its sanctuary status. This is a vital first step towards making East Lansing a more welcoming and safer place to live for all residents. It has been a privilege to work with student groups like Dream MSU and ASMSU to bring forth this resolution to the Human Rights Commission and now City Council. This is an important issue for students and is something we deeply care about. If passed, this resolution will be a clear and cut definition of where the city stands in working with federal immigration law enforcement and how it will stand up and defend its community members. The city of East Lansing has a chance to be a beacon of hope for all people from all backgrounds. I ask you to please support this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to slaughter the last name because I can't quite read it, but Joe Kovacic? Kovac.
You know, it's one of those days. This is why I don't wear heels, but I decided today was a special occasion. So, hi everyone. My name is Joe Kovac, and I am the student body president at Michigan State University. And I'm here tonight to voice the student support for officially declaring East Lansing a sanctuary city. The idea and resolution in support was approved by the Associated Students of MSU on March 9th, 2021, during a completely virtual meeting in a time where our entire education was given to us through our computer screens. We have been diligently advocating for this ever since. You might be wondering why the students at MSU are asking for you to make this simple name change. And the reason is that in the state of Michigan, there are estimated 91,000 undocumented immigrants. Approximately 9,000 of them are college-aged and are currently enrolled in post-secondary education. Declaring East Lansing a sanctuary city allows the city to reaffirm its commitment to protecting and developing better resources for undocumented immigrants within their boundaries, and utilizing the common terminology of sanctuary city allows for greater community understanding of the protections that are provided. East Lansing is better because of our neighbors that come from every corner of the world who make us a more welcome and diverse place. It's time to provide all of our neighbors with a reaffirmation towards their safety and a sanctuary they can thrive in. We would all be better for it. Thank you all.
Thank you. Hannah McDermott?
Hello, my name is Hannah McDermott, and I'm speaking on behalf of the University Student Commission. So the University Student Commission endorses the City of East Lansing officially claiming sanctuary city title that our policies already uphold. As a commission representing the student body, we see this as a significant chance for the city to ensure the message that the same access and opportunities will be accessible for all students and community members. Avoiding the title hides our efforts at becoming an ever more welcoming community to prospective members. While the change from safe haven to sanctuary city is simple at face value, it's an approachable message to the rest of Michigan and the country that the City of East Lansing values residents' safety. The message will affirm the pride longtime community members have in East Lansing. and let prospective students, young families, and anyone else that might join the community know that they can make East Lansing home. We bring our decision to the East Lansing City Council to help change the way we inform public perception about our defense of rights and security. The title change will unequivocally reaffirm the city's policy of refusing to participate with federal authorities in the unjust violation of individuals' rights based on religion, national origin, immigrant, or refugee status. By administering this sanctuary city status, the city reaffirms the notion that everyone is entitled to these natural rights and protections regardless of status. The University Student Commission is in support of claiming a sanctuary city title. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right. Carl Austin Miller Groden.
Hello, everyone. My name is Carl Austin Miller Grondin, and I'm also here to ask, encourage, and empower the council to declare East Lansing a sanctuary city. Currently, I am a senior studying social relations and policy in James Madison College, as well as philosophy through the College of Arts and Letters here at Michigan State University. I proudly serve alongside the vice president, or I proudly serve as both vice president of Dream MSU alongside our amazing president and my friend Raquel, and as student body vice president for internal administration. In my capacity as both of these roles, I have witnessed firsthand the infinite and beautiful stories like Raquel has shared, as well from fellow members of not only the Spartan community, but the East Lansing community. And I believe it's my responsibility to fight like hell to make sure that not a single person's voice is not at least brought to a table wherever I am. To echo the sentiments of our president, students have tirelessly fought for this as long as I've been here on campus, and we will not stop the fight until all residents of our amazing community are protected as much as possible. While I could go on and on about the statistics, I would like to encompass the humanity aspect of this argument, and that to be privileged enough to call East Lansing my home, I witness daily how all people make our community so amazing, and we must do everything we can to protect all. Declaring East Lansing a sanctuary city brings humanity to all residents and will continue East Lansing in the trajectory we all wish to see for the residents in the future. If our statistics and our pleas are not enough, please look into your own humanity and acknowledge that all humans should be granted the same rights because we all put forth effort into making these communities we are a part of the best they can be. To end off my comment, I thank all those who allowed me to speak today, and I'll continuously thank the Spartan community for allowing me to fight on our behalf as not only student body vice president for internal administration, but as vice president for Dream MSU. I ensure that as long as I'm here, our voices will be heard, and I'll continue to fight for all our voices at every table I enter. I beg this council to vote for humanity and recognize this amazing feat and acknowledge while voting that no person is illegally on land wrongfully stolen in the first place. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to try to bundle everybody on the same topic. Okay. Scott Murray.
Hi, I'm Scott Murray. I've lived in the mid-Michigan area virtually my entire life. For the last 33 consecutive years, I've been a resident of East Lansing. Put 3 children through the school system here and 3 children through Michigan State. So I'm involved in activities at all different levels. I think I'm pretty well invested. So I'm taking a different viewpoint here. First of all, I'm going to say I'm probably as pro-immigration as you can find, but it's pro-legal immigration. I've worked with, in fact, I currently work with, virtually everybody I work with is some immigrant at some status or working on their citizenship right now. I've employed, frankly, I owned a company for a while. I employed hundreds of people. I help them get through the process. It works. Maybe none of you have ever been through the proper process, but of the people I know, I've yet to see one, once declared a citizen, that literally didn't break down and cry because they're that proud of what they've gone through. Now, this country is a constitutional republic, and what holds it together are the laws, and then compliance to those laws. To arbitrarily decide that one of the laws, citizenship, that gives you those rights, it does not have meaning, literally thumbs the nose at all the people that come before you, all the people that have gone through the process correctly. I have great respect for the people that are here, but there's work and you can be done, and it does work. Contrary to what you say, it works. Because I've seen it, I've helped people get through it. I don't think East Lansing as a city should resolute to disregard laws. As I said, if you don't pay attention to laws, you have anarchy. Plain and simple. It's what it is by definition. You should not contribute to that arbitrarily, because what you're doing is telling every one of those undocumented people that it's okay if it doesn't feel good or if something isn't right to turn your back on it. You don't have to work for it. Somebody will give it to you. That's what you're telling them. It is. And it's not right. That's not what this country was founded on. So I spent quite a bit of time. I've got stats that I could read off. But what I found in looking at the stats, depending on which paper you look at or which study you look at, depending who wrote it, there's a bias, and that bias cuts both ways. So I'm going to leave it at that. I did want to touch base on one other subject. I know it's off topic that I'm on right now, but since I'm up here, I got the floor for another 2 minutes.
Yep.
On the bond renewal, well, I've never been a developer. I'm a professional engineer, registered professional engineer. I've built in my life many manufacturing facilities. In fact, that's how I earn my living right now. So I've been deeply involved in the bond, the abatement, and the grant processes. And what I can tell you is no developer ever has said, gee, there's a bond available, I think I'm going to go create a project so I can get my hands on that bond. That never happens. That bond is there to mitigate the risk and assist in the profitability as it moves forward. The fact that this bond renewal has been kicking around for 13 years, it's still kicking around, makes you question of whether it's really worthwhile. And perhaps as a council or a city, instead of just kicking the can down the road, which is what's been done for the last several years, perhaps you should not kick it down the road this time and ask ourselves, why is it that prime property across the road from one of the nation's most prestigious universities of 15,000 students, why aren't developers lining up to take advantage of this? Because maybe there's an underlying reason that really needs to be looked at. Thank you.
Thank you. Richard Dines.
My name is Richard Dines, Mayor Pro Tem, and greetings and City Council. Thank you for the opportunity. Last speaker stole my thunder. When I was in law school, I was taught you obey the law. And what you're doing is telling our kids, telling the community, that you pick and choose the laws that you want. The resolution for Sanctuary City specifically directs the police not to enforce federal law. I oppose that. East Lansing is a beautiful place. I've been here 25 years. It's a lifestyle that we chose. If I say to you San Francisco, LA, Portland, Seattle, Chicago, what do they have in common? Homelessness, drugs, crime. And every one of them are sanctuary cities. I am first generation. My parents were immigrants. They came from Greece through Ellis Island. My mom when she was 8, my dad when he was 13. I don't have a problem with immigration. But when you invite illegality as a norm, then you're telling our children, obey the laws that you like, ignore the ones you don't. Thank you so much. I urge you to oppose this resolution.
Chris Root.
Good evening. I'm Chris Root, and I'm here to comment on the CNA report about policing in East Lansing. I'm a member of the Independent Police Oversight Commission, but I'm speaking for myself. This is a serious, long report. In 5 minutes, I will address 3 issues, a few recommendations that I think are especially valuable, brief comments about racial disparities, and next steps. There are many valuable recommendations in the report that I hope will be implemented. Here are just two. The first is about use of force policy. Recommendation 52 advocates that ELPD's response to resistance policy should, quote, require the use of de-escalation techniques to prevent the use of force when possible and appropriate. CNA points out that this approach needs to be incorporated into policy, not just training. The second is recommendations 1, 2, and 3 about administrative data systems. This section on pages 9 through 13 does a good job of presenting the scope of the problem. This is well worth reading. I recall that one major reason the ELPD entered into this contract was to obtain analysis of racial disparities in traffic stops and use of force. CNA found serious problems with the data about these topics that made it difficult to create useful reports. We have known about this problem. We have known about it since before the CNA contract. We can no longer delay addressing it. Data management is a challenge for many small police departments. ELPD might want to hire a Michigan-based technical expert to help put new data systems into place. Before leaving the issue of analyzing data, I noticed that the CNA report does not include annual trend data about racial disparities in use of force. This was included in the contract, and they have data about 6 years of racial disparities in use and force, but it's not broken out into years. So please ask CNA to provide this data. There is time trend information about other aspects of use of force in the report, but not about racial disparities, and we need this annual data to compare with future years. Also, I don't have time to talk about this now, but someone needs to decide how we're going to be able to do reports about traffic stops and use of force for 2022 and part of 2023 when we still have data in the old system, but it's not covered by the CNA report. We can't just have a gap in our understanding. I want to comment on racial disparities. We mustn't get lost in the numbers and statistical complexities and forget the impacts on real people who experience real encounters with police. We have known for years, from listening to African Americans in our community and looking at ELPD data, that Black people have been disproportionately policed. Some members of Black Lives Matter Lansing say that achieving racial equity would mean it is no longer possible to predict how people of different races will interact with various social systems based solely on their race. That certainly isn't where we now are with policing in East Lansing, so we have work to do. My last comment is that I urge the ELPD and the Council not to simply adopt the final recommendation, number 72, to contract with an independent audit firm to help oversee the implementation of all the other recommendations. I don't think we need a long-term consultant to help us decide on priorities to improve fair and impartial policing. Here is one other approach that might be helpful, at least in part. Have people from the Council, ELPD administration, and the Independent Oversight Commission sit down together and develop some common priorities. I am not suggesting that all these groups have completely the same priorities, but we could aim to arrive at a subset of common priorities, and I think we could probably find some. Also, doing this would address CNA's recommendation number 30, which is to develop greater cooperation among these groups. Also, I urge you to be open to other priorities that are not in this report, even though there are 72 recommendations that are here. For example, bring in more sunshine. Many cities recognize that increasing transparency is important for improving trust between the police and the community.
30 seconds remaining.
Thank you. More can be done on this front than is mentioned in the CNA report, so I think we need to do more work on that piece. As one idea from the start, include in a new data system about traffic stops and use of force and arrests, a plan to create accurate reports on a regular schedule that are routinely made public on the ELPD website. Lastly, the CNA report says little about the role of the Independent Oversight Commission. This is hardly a surprise since the commission didn't exist when the RFP was put out. However, that commission has now been underway for a year, and I believe it can play a number of valuable roles on behalf of the community. Thank you.
Thank you. And the last blue card that I have is Dr. Drager.
Alice Drager from East Lansing Info. There's a lot of confusion about the bond thing that you're voting on tonight or potentially voting on. So I just wanted to answer some basic misunderstandings that I'm hearing out in the community. First of all, the bonds of the type we're talking about are basically loans. So they were taken out for the purchase of the Evergreen properties in 2009. We call them bonds. We talk about selling the bonds, but it's easiest to think of these as loans. And when we talk about selling refinance bonds, basically what we're talking about is placing a refinance with a lender, just like you go out for a mortgage and you try to find a lender for your refinance. The principal on the bonds has not budged much. At the outset, they were $5.4 million. Now they're about $5.1 million. And yet, in the last 13 years, the DDA has paid out almost $2 million in interest. I know the city was not able to provide Councilmember Babcock with the exact breakdown of interest by year. I have that from Jill Feldposh from last year, so I'd be happy to share it with the city if you'd like to have that information from Ms. Feldposh. That $2 million is money that could have been used for something else, but it's been spent instead simply on interest payments for a bond that has barely moved in terms of principal. If the DDA or the city doesn't pay off that debt soon, it's going to spend millions more in interest payments using public money. That's money that could, frankly, just be used for something else for the public good rather than simply paying interest. Every time the DDA spends money on something other than this debt, it is essentially paying finance charges. It's like it's using its credit card over and over and over again. So when the DDA does things like Alberta al Fresco or helps to pay for public art projects, basically what it's doing is paying finance charges on those projects because it has not paid off this debt, and it's using money that otherwise could pay down the debt. The idea behind this, taking out this money, was to do a big project and pay the debt off somehow with the project. That has never happened. The initial project was with Scott Chappelle. It took about 6 years before the DDA finally pulled out of that. Then the DDA wanted DRW Convexity to redevelop the properties, but the city pulled out of that after over 2 years. Then Mr. Vlahakis proposed the Royal Vlahakis project. It took 15 months for council to say enough on that one. Then the DDA gave River Caddis an exclusive for about 2.5 years. We're still stuck under that exclusive right now. These bonds were never tied to the land. This is important to understand. It's not a mortgage. The DDA could have sold off and can sell off the land at any time and use the money obtained by the sale of the land to pay down a portion of the debt and thereby save significant amount of interest. I didn't realize this until about 2 years ago. These bonds have been refinanced twice already since the initial issuance in 2009. They were refinanced in 2012 and 2015. This is going to be the fourth issuance of the bonds on these properties. That's incredible, really, for public bonds. I can't find any other instances of that sort of thing. And municipal advisors tell me that's incredibly unusual. Every time we do that, we pay fees, large fees, hundreds of thousands of fees in the end. The DDA has decided to keep refinancing this debt, paying 3 sets of fees to bond counsel and the bond advisor. This is going to be the 4th set we pay. I want to be clear, your current bond counsel and bond advisor are not the people who went through the last few iterations. They inherited this problem, and they're giving you good advice. They are doing the best they can. The way to save the public money on this is to pay off the debt as soon as possible. Paying off the debt means you don't keep paying interest. So how is that possible? People have asked me. The city could try to help the DDA pay off the debt. If the city helped the DDA pay off the debt, it would pay off sooner. The DDA could also sell the land and take the money that they take from the sale of the land to pay a big chunk and save interest. The DDA could also redirect all its revenue possible to paying off the debt. It has a lot of money coming in. The DDA right now is obtaining $2.2 million per year from its special millage plus TIF 2. That could go towards paying off the debt. At least a big chunk of it could. The $2.2 million per year in revenue the DDA is getting could go to that debt. I want to say again, it's $2.2 million a year in revenue just from the special millage and TIF 2. Just those two things, revenue, $2.2 million. If the land could be sold for $1.5 or $2 million, you could pay the debt off in 3 to 4 years. It would save a lot of interest. The DDA is about to start earning far more from the special millage and the TIF number 2. That's because the brownfields are ending and because MSUFCU is coming online, and something I didn't realize, all of that money is going to go to the DDA, not to the city, not to the county, not to LCC,
30 seconds
and
remaining.
not to CATA. it has the money flowing to pay this off. So when people ask me, how do we get rid of this debt, that is the answer. When they ask, how do you get rid of the land? You can get rid of the land. Turns out you don't have to get rid of the debt before you get rid of the land. It's doable to get rid of the land if that's what you want to do. Thank you.
Is there anyone else in person that would like to speak that has not had a chance to fill out a blue card? Do we have anyone in the online queue?
We have one caller.
No? None?
One.
Okay.
caller. Caller with a phone number ending in 552, you're welcome to address council. Caller, you may need to unmute your phone.
We're going to give them one more chance after I give you all one more chance. Going once, going twice. Last chance for public comment. All right. Caller, if you hit *6 on your phone, that might unmute you. All right. That ends our public comment for tonight. Thank you, everyone that came out. It's always exciting to see a full room and a stack of blue cards. I love that we live in a community that has strong feelings and is willing to come and express them. It makes me feel good to have people that really pay attention to what's going on in their cities. Communications from council members. I'd like to welcome Councilmember Watson. Hello. Does anybody else have anything that they would like to say today? Councilmember Babcock.
Thank you. I would like to congratulate East Lansing resident Beth Clement on becoming the Chief Justice of the Michigan Supreme Court. She and her husband Tom, also an attorney, reside here. I would like to congratulate Dennis Deno and Renee Nake Jefferson for being elected to the Michigan State University Board of Trustees, also East Lansing residents. And I would like to thank particularly the students who came out tonight. I was, well, I'll go into it more later, but I was thinking, but the bonds, but you've given me some things to think about, so I will be commenting on that later. Thank you.
Councilmember Watson?
No, thank you.
I wasn't going to say anything, but then I noticed on our consent agenda this resolution recognizing the election workers. We've mentioned this several times, just what a great undertaking it is to run municipal elections. Our county clerk tweeted something about the election results finally being finalized, and so I sent a message to our city clerk saying, you know, can you finally put your feet up? Is it time to relax? And she said no, because there's recounts. So although the election is well over for us, I keep having to mention that even though we are no longer in the ballot booth, those people are still working to get us properly certified and make sure that everything is as it should be and accurate and whole. And it really is an incredible undertaking. So I'll be happy to vote yes on that consent agenda item tonight. Mr. Lahanas, do you have a report for us tonight?
No report, thank you.
Mr. Chubb, is there anything from the city attorney?
I have nothing to report this evening.
All right, we will move on to skipping 3.1. We moved that earlier into our agenda. So we are on to item 3.2, the fair and impartial policing study from CNA.
I will start off.
Excuse me, Mayor Pro Tem. I just received a text. Kath Edsel was in the queue, but it wouldn't unmute. She wanted to make public comment, so.
We can bump that back, that's fine. If we can.
Thank you.
Does she know how to unmute now? Well, anyway, we'll get her. That's good.
Do you want to do
All
it
right,
now?
yeah, if we could get, if our caller is apparently trying to get in. Thank you, Councilmember
Okay.
Babcock.
She should. Are you there, caller?
Okay.
There you are.
I think
We can hear you, thanks.
Okay. Kath Edsel, like Chris Root, I am a member of the East Lansing Independent Police Oversight Commission, but I'm speaking for myself. And I don't want to repeat. Chris made an eloquent presentation, having done a deep dive into the material. And I just want to follow up sort of some questions that came up for me that hopefully during the presentation CNA can answer. I put a lot of focus into the part of the report that spoke to traffic enforcement and struggle with their finding that there isn't a racial disparity in there. My question would be if there is a national data that indicates black drivers are worse drivers in these categories that were outlined, specifically failure to stop to yield, traffic control signal violations, vehicle lights, plates, and lane use. If so, I'd like to see that data. If not, I find the veil of darkness finding a little troubling because we know in the later graph that we are stopping black people at twice their existence in the mid-Michigan area, and to somehow use the veil of darkness statistical analysis to say that there's not racial bias, that's problematic. There are two categories in there, lights and plates, that could very well give information about the race of the driver, just simply running the person's plates, or if their lights are not on, and that removes the headlights in the eyes excuse that we couldn't tell the race of the person. Plus, the police officer could identify them from the side view in passing, which removes all of that. The idea that, let's see, lastly, because we know race and class are historically linked, simply pulling over certain types of cars can lead to biased data as well. And I don't see any indication of correcting for this in the report. And unless I missed it, there is no breakdown of citations by race. In other words, this is traffic stop data. It doesn't mean the people who were cited based on race. It doesn't include which cars were searched based on race, and it doesn't show when use of force, when a traffic stop turned into a use of force and or an arrest situation broken down by race. So I think that those are important questions that were not answered in that particular section of the CNA report that do need to be addressed. As I said, I wholeheartedly support everything Chris Root said as well regarding that report. And then jumping topics, I am in full support of the Sanctuary City resolution. In 2017, the school board passed a resolution preventing the removal of students and the allowance of ICE agents into our school buildings. We codified that resolution just about a year ago today in Board Policy 5201H. The board adopts as district policy its February 6, 2017 resolution affirming its commitment to a safe and supportive school environment for all students, regardless of immigration status. And then if you go to policy, you can find the link to the resolution that we passed in 2017. So I think that the city needs to do the same. I wanted to just make a quick comment on the individuals who talked about, not breaking the law. The law of this land at different points in time included all sorts of black codes. It included slavery. It included preventing women from voting. It's included all sorts of anti-LGBTQIA plus discrimination. And so there are times when the law has to be disregarded in order to get the law to do the just and humane thing for everyone in our country. Thank you for your time, and I appreciate all the work you do.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the queue since we've revisited our communications agenda?
There
Okay.
are no other
All right,
callers.
thank you. When people have technical difficulties, we still want to give them the opportunity to speak. So we've done that in the past, and I support still going back and, even though it's not Robert's rules strictly adhering, but we're a loose ship anyway. Okay. So we are now on to item 3.2, the Fair and Impartial Policing Study presentation from CNA. I don't have an internal staff contact for that.
Yep.
Is this you, Mr.
So I'll just
Jimenez?
start off briefly with, by way of introduction. I think council is aware that the CNA, the Center for Justice Research and Innovation out of Arlington, Virginia, was awarded the contract through a competitive bid process in the summer of 2021 to conduct a comprehensive, fair and impartial policing assessment of the East Lansing Police Department, and that's what's before us now. Presenting to us is Dr. Rachel Johnston from the CNA Group, who was the project director. She led her team on a 12-month assessment study. Dr. Johnston obviously here tonight, along with several members of her team that are going to be on Zoom, so there may be other people jumping in, to discuss some of the findings and recommendations of their assessment. And I know that you have a somewhat, detailed report to go through with slides. So just requesting that council maybe save questions to the end because it may answer the questions, and then batch the questions at the end. But that's just a recommendation. With that,
Welcome, Dr. Johnson.
Thank you so much. Thanks for taking the time to be here to talk about this important work with the East Lansing Police Department. Before we begin, I'd like to thank the East Lansing Police Department leadership and staff who participated in this important work. Without their openness, transparency, and commitment to improvement, we wouldn't have been able to produce this work. So I appreciate their collaboration. My name is Rachel Johnston. Oh, slide, please. I'm a senior research scientist from CNA. I'm joined via Zoom by my colleagues Dan Lawrence, Harold Medlock, and Ben Carlton. I guess we can't see them, but they're there to help answer questions after this presentation.
May I ask a quick question? Just, can she be turned up a little bit, please? And is the PowerPoint on the agenda?
No, just the report.
So we don't have, okay, we can't, but I can't follow along, or we can't follow along.
CNA is a nonprofit research and analysis company that's worked with more than 450 law enforcement agencies nationally, providing assessment, research, training, and technical assistance work. We're an independent company that's committed to constitutional, fair, and equitable law enforcement operations, and we have a track record of providing quality service in those areas. Slide, please. The goals of our work with East Lansing were to determine if policies and procedures are in line with fair and impartial policing practices and to provide actionable recommendations to support improved policing practices. Slide, please. We focused on several key areas of our assessment as listed on this slide. Organizational justice and culture, community relations, training and technology, use of force and complaints, traffic enforcement, and the early intervention system. Slide, please. Our methodology included a document review of the early intervention system, a community listening session, interviews with ELPD staff, an ELPD staff survey, and administrative data analyses. Together, these items were assessed to create findings. Slide. Document review, data analysis, and the EIS involved the use of these data elements: arrests, calls for service, complaints, list of sworn personnel that have worked over the course of the study period for ELPD, traffic stop data, use of force data, policies, relevant training documents, and the early intervention system and dashboard. Slide. The ELPD staff survey was administered in March, and we had a really excellent response rate of 82%. The survey included 90 questions related to fair and impartial policing, organizational justice, support from leadership, community perceptions and relationships, and training. Next slide. Staff interviews were voluntary, and we conducted a total of 16, each lasting approximately 1 hour. During these interviews, we sought input on a variety of perspectives, including on fair and impartial policing, community partnerships, training, culture, and other relationships. Next slide. The community listening session was held in September of this year and included about 35 community members who attended virtually. The listening session was advertised on city and police department websites, social media, and via press release. During these sessions, we asked the participants about their overall impressions of the East Lansing Police Department, their perception of the East Lansing Police Department effectively engaging and seeking community input, if they trust the East Lansing Police Department to be fair and impartial in their interactions with the community, what changes they think should be made to improve trust with the community, and what can or should be done to improve policing generally in East Lansing. Slide, please. So key findings and recommendations are highlighted in this presentation. It is a little bit of a challenge to try and go through this report in a relatively short amount of time. So while there were 72 findings organized in 7 different sections, each with 1 to 4 associated recommendations, tonight I'm just going to highlight 17 of these findings and recommendations. I would like to note here that findings aren't to be considered problems. Some findings indicate positive things that the department is doing right, while others indicate areas for improvement. When CNA does an analysis of this kind, we always have a number of findings, and we see them as strengths and opportunities. You're encouraged to review other reports of a similar nature that CNA has conducted by going to our website, www.cna.org, and using the drop-downs for our research and selecting our reports. I'd also like to point out that many of the findings are reflective of things that police departments across the country are experiencing. A finding does not indicate that ELPD is an outlier among their peers. The good news is that ELPD, by engaging in this assessment, has indicated that it wants to identify areas for improvement, and that's the spirit of these findings, how ELPD can work to improve policies and procedures and policing overall. Next slide. So we'll start with key findings in the methods and approach section. I'm not going to read all the language on the slide. I'm just going to try and summarize what it says. But basically, the first 3 findings that we address in the report concern the collection of data related to the use of force. Manual entry, lack of variables, and collection methods limited the analysis we were able to do with use of force data. However, we were able to do analyses with these data. Our recommendation here is for ELPD to review and revise how that use of force data is collected so that they can more easily assess use of force internally. Next slide. This next set of findings have to do with organizational justice and culture. Organizational justice stresses the importance of fairness in all aspects of organizational operations. Studies have shown that organizational justice within law enforcement agencies is associated with several positive impacts, such as more positive attitudes from officers towards serving the public, greater compliance with department policies and procedures, and lower levels of engagement in police misconduct. To assess organizational justice and culture within the ELPD, our assessment team drew upon data collected from policies, the employee survey, employee interviews, and employee interviews with ELPD personnel. I should note here that during our study period, ELPD was working to get CALIA certification, which is the Commission on Accreditation for Law Enforcement Agencies. So some of our findings may reflect policies that have subsequently been revised. With regard to finding 5 and 7, we found that a number of ELPD policies could be more specifically tailored to ELPD and avoid using language that can reduce accountability. For example, the use of language such as "if reasonable and appropriate" should be replaced with language to make clear expectations. While this language may be appropriate in some policies, there's places where it can and should be replaced. With regard to finding 14, evaluating employee survey results on organizational justice, the majority of respondents, about 71%, agreed that the department procedures are clear and understood by employees. However, while ELPD staff may feel that their procedures are communicated adequately, many do not feel that they are clear on why certain decisions or changes are made. For example, only about 30% of survey respondents agreed that ELPD policies regarding internal decision-making, such as promotion and discipline, are applied consistently. And about 71% agreed that a desirable assignment in the ELPD is based on who you know. Less than half of respondents, about 43%, agreed that their opinions are being taken into account when decisions are being made, which can lead to the perception of not being heard or included in the process. Regarding department policy and procedures, 51% of respondents said that ELPD's processes to investigate civilian complaints are fair, and 60% said policies and procedures to investigate internal complaints are fair. Our recommendations are that ELPD should revise guidance and procedures in the internal and external complaint investigation processes. Through incorporating feedback from officers, the ELPD can update their investigation procedures and publish new guidelines for investigating complaints. Next slide. These are the key findings. These are some of the key findings that are detailed in Section 3 of our final report. To assess community relations, interactions, and perspectives, we drew upon data collected from policies, the employee survey and interviews, and the listening session with East Lansing community members. With regard to finding 28, survey respondents and interviewees do not feel supported by the community and other local stakeholders like the City Council and the Independent Police Oversight Commission. When it came to assessing support and relationships with community groups and stakeholders, many survey respondents felt that the community treats the police worse than other government employees. ELPD survey respondents noted that they often do not feel that they have support from their city council, prosecutors, or other local or federal politicians. Recommendations for this finding are that ELPD should prioritize building community partnerships and fostering better relationships with all stakeholders, including ELPD personnel. With regard to finding 30, a number of community members pointed to a perceived poor relationship between the ELPD and City Council and IPOC. The community present for the listening session blamed the disconnect not on the police, but on the lack of understanding on the part of Council and IPOC about the role and difficulties that police face. Community members would like to see greater collaboration among these bodies to see them working together to improve policing rather than being at odds. In regard to finding 31, community members that participated in the listening session felt that ELPD may not be adequately staffed to take on all the tasks that are required or desired by the community. In order to address this concern, ELPD may want to engage in an assessment of staffing levels to determine if additional staffing is required to address community concerns and priorities. Next slide. These findings fall under the section Training and Technology. To assess training and technology, the assessment team drew upon data collected from policies, interviews, and the staff survey. Of note, the assessment team was not able to assess the quality of the ELPD trainings themselves due to the lack of records on training curriculum and lesson plans. As a result, the present analysis relied only upon ELPD policies and employee perspectives. With regard to finding 33, existing firearms training policy does not include sufficient information regarding less lethal and defensive tactics. We recommend breaking the one policy into separate policies that focus on firearms, less lethal tactics, and use of force, each on their own. While we were able to assess officer training based on While we were unable to assess officer training based on curriculum or lesson plans, survey respondents felt that they would benefit from additional training on critical situations that they may face in the field. The ELPD should review its training curriculum related to use of force and incidents that can lead to serious injury to an officer. Using feedback from officers, training curriculum should be revised to include aspects of training that employees feel need to be added or strengthened. This can help officers feel they're prepared to respond to critical situations they may encounter while on the job. Additionally, staff were for the most part critical of the DEI training that was provided by the city. While this type of training is important for law enforcement, messaging about the training and the way the training was perceived was poor. Fair and impartial police training, as well as procedural justice concepts, are important for law enforcement, and current training on these concepts need to be assessed and potentially redesigned. Next slide. Findings in Section 5 are based on a review of the ELPD policy on traffic enforcement and various quantitative analyses of traffic enforcement data. We found that the traffic enforcement operations policy is very good, and we encourage ELPD to regularly share traffic safety information with their community. With regard to finding 48, the data reflect that white drivers account for the majority of stops, and black drivers are the second most stopped individuals. The number of traffic stops declined from August 2001 through July 2022 by similar degrees across each group of the driver, with a 69% decline for white drivers and a 60% decline for black drivers. With regard to finding 49, to further understand the data, our team conducted a method to assess racial bias in traffic stop known as the Veil of Darkness analysis. The underlying argument to support the Veil of Darkness analysis is that police officers are less able to see and identify the race or ethnicity of a driver prior to initiating a traffic stop during nighttime due to window reflection and car lights blocking their view. As such, there could be evidence of racial bias if more people of color are stopped during daylight hours when officers can better assess the race prior to initiating the traffic stop. The veil of darkness analysis finds that black drivers are stopped by a statistically non-significant magnitude of 1.08 compared to non-black drivers. Furthermore, the risk of being stopped as a black driver during the daylight portion of the inner twilight period that we used for this study is similar to stops for black drivers made during the dark period, and this difference is not statistically significant when compared to all other drivers. Next slide. Findings in this section are in relation to the use of force and complaints. To assess use of force and complaints, we reviewed relevant policies and procedures and conducted various quantitative analyses. With regard to ELPD policy on complaint intake and management, the policy appears to use generic language that has not yet been sufficiently tailored to ELPD and doesn't appear to be up to date with the current procedures in use. With regard to finding 52, ELPD's inclusion of sanctity of life, proportional use of force, and de-escalation is consistent with best practice. However, the assessment team did note that the policy can still be improved, especially as it relates to the concept of de-escalation. For example, the policy only describes de-escalation in the context of limiting force that's already been applied. While this is important, the policy should also require the de-escalation techniques to prevent use of force where applicable. ELPD policy on response to resistance should also provide personnel with specific examples of de-escalation techniques such as command presence, advisements, warnings, verbal persuasion, and tactical repositioning. Lastly, the concept of de-escalation is mentioned only at the beginning of the response to resistance policy. The use of de-escalation techniques should be reiterated throughout ELPD's response to resistance policy, and ELPD should include a definition of de-escalation in the definitions section and discuss de-escalation as a training requirement within the training section toward the end of the policy. Next slide. With regard to finding 55, 18% of the ELPD officers, 8 officers in total, were involved in 3 or more complaints over the 5-year time period that we used in our assessment, which was January 2016 through December of 2020. While certain job duties, assignments, or involvement in particular responses can provide reasonable explanation for officers being more frequently involved in a complaint than their peers, outliers should be reviewed and evaluated regularly. With regard to finding 56, 17 ELPD officers included in the data for this study time period, again from 2016 through 2020, have been involved in the use of force events more than their peers. While certain job duties, assignments, or involvement in particular responses can provide reasonable explanations for being more frequently involved in use of force, outliers need to be reviewed and evaluated regularly. With regard to finding 61, there were significant differences by race in the ANOVA analysis on the severity of use of force, but not in the regression analysis that controlled for a number of other important factors. Our findings note that these data are not indicative of a problem, but should be used as a starting point for a more detailed examination of officers that are outliers compared to the whole in terms of use of force. Next slide. A final section of our report looks at the early intervention system that ELPD has been using since January of this year. With an early intervention system, there's many different methods for determining when an intervention is warranted, including a threshold or point system, which ELPD uses, and peer-to-peer systems. The purpose of an EIS is to be non-disciplinary, but in our review, we found that mandatory interventions are perceived to be disciplinary. We further found that direct supervisors should be more involved in evaluating and acting upon an EIS alert. Our findings indicate that it's reasonable to use the current threshold approach, but expanding to add a peer comparison component could be beneficial. Next slide. So I know that was super fast. There's a lot of detail in the report. We ran through it as best I could, highlighting some of the major findings, but I'm happy to take questions or listen to comments now.
Does anyone have any questions for our presenter?
No.
Councilmember Wise.
Yeah. I've heard before about statistics not being properly drawn based on car types, based on demographics. And so have you received that feedback before? And it was similar to the caller that mentioned that sometimes if you look at certain types of cars and certain builds of cars, you find that maybe predominantly black people might drive that car. And so there's a larger awareness than just a veil of darkness.
Yeah.
And so I'm asking, like, has anyone brought that up, or can you speak to that in your research?
Sure, I certainly can, and I also invite Dan Lawrence to comment on that. He's one of my colleagues on the Zoom. But doing traffic stop analyses are really it's not an easy thing to do because we do not have a baseline. We don't know who the driving population is in any particular area without doing first an assessment of who's driving. The data that's available to do these types of analyses are also limited. We had to take pieces from several different data sets and merge them together to try and get enough data to do the analysis that we have. We certainly didn't have access to information about the types of vehicles that are stopped. I think that, it is a really difficult question, and there's not really a satisfactory answer, but the veil of darkness analysis is really the best that has been produced to date, and I'm not saying this is our finding or our methodology. It's considered a more reliable assessment just because we don't know who the baseline driving population is of any given area. Dan, did you want to comment?
Thanks, Rachel. Good evening, everyone. I'm Dan Lawrence. I'm a research scientist at CNA Corporation. So I do just want to take a moment to address that specific comment as well as some of the earlier comments that came up. So as Rachel was saying, the veil of darkness analysis is a very reputable analysis to assess racial disparity in traffic stops. And as some of the members of the Independent Oversight Commission mentioned earlier, there are a lot of challenges with the data that the ELPD has available for these types of analyses. So, for example, there was a comment saying that it would have been nice to have the racial breakdown across citations. Unfortunately, we had two separate databases that for the traffic stops. One of them included the disposition of the stop, that included citation, but that didn't include the demographic information of the drivers. So, unfortunately, we weren't able to address that issue. Looking at the racial disparity levels among different types of dispositions of traffic stops. I also just wanted to briefly mention too, there was a comment that there were no annual trend data on racial disparities in use of force and some other outcomes. So I just wanted to acknowledge that and say that I believe tables 6 and 7 in the report respond to those comments where we break down by the years on racial disparity, looking at that compound ratio, the disparity index that we had in the report. So that's all I will say right now, unless there are any other comments.
Does that address your concern or your question? Okay.
Thank you.
Does anybody else have any questions for the presenter? Mr. Brookover?
Doctor, I have 3 questions. First of all, as I interpret the report, your Appendix E is really the summary of your findings and recommendations. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So if somebody in the public didn't really want to take on the entire report, that actually would be the best place for them to start?
Absolutely.
All right, I lied. I have 4 questions.
Okay.
The third question is, you may have mentioned this when you started your preface, but the reports you've done for other cities or counties or governmental entities, are those on your website? Are those public or private?
Many of them are public, not all of them. It depends on the contract that we negotiated with those with the municipality,
Yeah.
but many of them are public.
And then the fourth question is, in terms of the universe of studies that your group has done, have you done a study of a municipality or governmental entity where there is a police oversight commission or some similar organization which is interrelated in the community or interrelated in the governmental system?
Yes.
Which one?
I can't tell you off the top of my head.
Is it on your public, is it on your public website?
I can get back to you. I can.
I'd like that information if it's public.
Okay, sure,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation.
I did have one, maybe comment, maybe question, kind of inspired by Councilmember Watson's question about traffic stops. I'm just gonna, and I'm not pretending to be a police expert, but I have had a chance to ride along a couple of times with our police department. And it struck me that where we are patrolling for certain things might be affecting our demographics. We do a lot of traffic stops, obviously, on our large artery roads, which are where people really are commuting through our community. Yeah. And then also downtown, I noticed that I think one evening there was 2 traffic stops downtown, one with the officer that I was riding along and one that we witnessed from another person, and both of the people were Uber drivers. One was a failure to signal a turn and the other was a red light. And I was thinking, you know, if we're patrolling our restaurant heavy areas between 5 p.m. and 8 p.m., it's a very strong possibility that we have a lot of distracted drivers that are like trying to beat the clock on their phone, right? And does that, you know, and it just, I mean, I guess like the well goes deeper and deeper. So props to you guys for like sorting it out, because there's just so many variables.
There's so many variables.
You know, like if we're patrolling Saginaw Highway between, you know, 7 a.m. and 10 a.m., then we're getting mostly commuters that are driving through our community and might be late for work, and does that affect it? So I mean, I understand from your presentation that we don't have the data to really drill down on like exactly where or when these tickets were issued or the stops were issued, but I think it, you know, there's just so many possible influences.
Yes, that's very true.
So
it's a very complicated issue, and many smart people, much smarter than myself, have struggled with it, and yeah, it's there's many variables to consider.
Yeah, well, I think you guys did a great job. Obviously, a huge amount of information for us to be mulling over, and I really appreciate the work that you put into it.
Thank you.
Final call for comments before we release our presenter. I think you're free to go. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yep. All right, my agenda fell asleep, so hang on a second while I. Oh yeah, are we on to consent agenda? Okay, kicking it to you then, Mr. Lahanas.
I'm going to ask Mr. Fehrenbach, due to my voice, to read us through it. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. The following is on the consent agenda for your consideration. Item 4.1. Approve the following appointments or reappointments to boards or commissions. A. Antonio Gomez to the Art Selection Panel for a partial term ending December 31st, 2024. B. Brendan Boyle to the Historic District Commission for a partial term ending December 31st, 2022. C. Brendan Boyle to the Historic District Commission for a full term ending December 31st, 2025. D. Amanda Jones to the Historic District Commission for a full term ending December 31st, 2025. E. Catherine Rogers to the Zoning Board of Appeals for a full term ending December 31st, 2025. F. Chad Wang to the Zoning Board of Appeals for a full term ending December 31st, 2025. G. Ed Wagner to the Planning Commission for a full term ending December 31st, 2025. H. Mary Mahoney to the Housing Commission for a partial term ending December 31st, 2023. I. Aaron Martino to the University Student Commission for a partial term ending September 30th, 2023. J. Mikey Manuel to the Parks and Recreation Advisory Commission for a full term ending December 31st, 2025. K. Liz Miller to the Human Rights Commission for a full term ending December 31st, 2025. L. Noel Garcia to the East Lansing Independent Police Oversight Commission for a full term ending December 31st, 2025. M. Chris Root to the East Lansing Independent Police Oversight Commission for a full term ending December 31st, 2025. N. Amanda Morgan to the East Lansing Independent Police Oversight Commission for a full term ending December 31st, 2025. O. Mark Meadows to the Tri-County Office on Aging Advisory Council for a full term ending December 31st, 2025. P. Charles Hazeman to the Local Development Finance Authority for a partial term ending June 30th, 2026. Q. Samuel Tabebe to the Housing Commission for a full term ending December 31st, 2025. R. Catherine Cusick to the Housing Commission for a full term ending December 31st, 2025. S. Perry Kleinhens to the Transportation Commission for a full term ending December 31st, 2025. T. Courtney Minifee to the Arts Commission for a full term ending December 31st, 2025. U. Christopher Wardell to the Arts Commission for a full term ending December 31st, 2025. V. Laura Jones Pettit to the Art Selection Panel for a full term ending December 31st, 2025. V. W. Michael Townley to the Commission on the Environment for a full term ending December 31st, 2025. Item 4.2, approve a resolution recognizing election workers serving in the city of East Lansing. 4.3, approve a resolution recognizing 30 years of judicial and community service for the Honorable Judge Richard D. Ball. 4.4, approve a resolution authorizing Nathan Floyd to purchase 2 years of service credit from Municipal Employees Retirement System, MERS. 4.5, approve the settlement agreement between the City of East Lansing and the Michigan Association of Public Employees and authorize the city manager to sign. 4.6, schedule a public hearing to consider the special use permit request to establish an adult use marijuana retail facility at 2040 Merritt Road for the January 10th, 2023 City Council regular meeting. 4.7, schedule a public hearing to consider an application to rezone 1788 Woodside Drive from B2 Retail Sales Business District to RM32 City Center Multiple Family Residential District for the January 10th, 2023 City Council regular meeting. 4.8, schedule a public hearing to consider a site plan application to construct a pavilion and other site improvements at Valley Court Park at 300 Valley Court for the January 24th, 2023 City Council regular meeting. 4.9, approve a conditional Class 3 rental license for 631 Lexington Avenue, allowing up to 2 unrelated persons or a family to occupy the property. This is a new home that is still under construction. The owner is Swan Alpha Opportunity Zone Business, Portage, Michigan. The legal agent is Copper Bay Company, Portage, Michigan. Item 4.10, approve a contract with Walker Consultants for the parking master plan update in the amount of $54,500 and authorize the city manager to sign. Item 4.11, approve traffic control order 490 for the installation of 2 loading and unloading parking spaces established on the south side of Albert Avenue for the purpose of passenger pickup and drop-off. Item 4.12, approve street closure request for the southbound lane of Coolidge Road from East State Road to the first MSUFCU driveway, and the southbound lane of West Road from Coolidge Road to Abbey Road from 10 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. on Sunday, March 19th, 2023 for Ronald McDonald House of Mid-Michigan's Run for the House 5K and 9.7K. Additionally, approve a partial closure of the Coolidge Road and East State Road intersection during the requested lane closures. This approval is contingent on satisfactory administrative review and approval. Such are the items for council's consent agenda consideration.
I move the approval of the consent agenda.
Second.
My only comment is wondering why the Run for the House couldn't eke out another third of a mile to make that a 10K, but otherwise I got no qualms with this. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, Mr. Fehrenbach. That was lengthy indeed. All right, bringing us to the business agenda. 5.1, the discussion of a resolution declaring the city of East Lansing a sanctuary city. Staff contact is this. Elaine, will you come chat with us about this? Absolutely.
The draft resolution that you have before you was passed at the regular meeting of the Human Rights Commission on November 14th. And what you have is the passed resolution in draft format for council, and it is for an item for you for discussion. I don't know if you have anything further. and we can he can answer questions, or I can if you have any.
Okay. And are we expecting to, I mean, it's listed as discussion, but we're moving this tonight potentially?
Listed as discussion, and it would have to be put back into the form of a resolution by your city attorney for action at a later date if council gives that direction.
Fair.
It's
Okay.
not in the form of a council resolution, it's the form proposed by the
Yes.
HRC
Okay.
asking you to consider it.
Got it. Okay.
Yes.
So this is, we truly are discussing this?
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
perfect.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sidar, do you have further comments about this, or you just?
No, in the
Okay.
interest of time, my public comment will
Okay,
suffice.
thank you. I guess throwing open the discussion, this kind of, this is giving me flashbacks to why I joined public service in the first place. The city council meeting that's referenced in this resolution, the February 2017 city council meeting, I was actually in the audience during that meeting. Our country had just elected someone that was spewing hatred and vitriol from the White House, and I had gone from in retrospect, fairly naive but educated voter to someone who was just absolutely baffled and appalled at how I could be represented by somebody that was so hateful. And specifically in regards to this resolution, the negative comments that were made about immigrants, but it was not solely that community that was targeted. So I decided that in response to that, I was going to find out how government worked, and my first step was going to my local city council meeting, and it happened to be that meeting. So I was privileged to be in the audience to hear the council seated at that time discuss passing the resolution, and I actually believed that we had passed it as a sanctuary city. That was the words that were used by the council members in that meeting. And somehow between that discussion and it being passed into a resolution, it was softened a little bit to this safe haven or welcoming city. And I'm guessing, I don't know for sure, but maybe Mr. Lahanas can confirm this. I'm guessing that was because there was threat from the federal level to withhold funding from cities that declared themselves to be sanctuary cities. So I think several of our commenters mentioned that we already uphold the the policies that support what is known as a sanctuary city. We just have kind of reserved a little bit by not quite committing to full sanctuary wording. And I think it is significant, the difference between a welcoming situation and a sanctuary situation. If I was invited to someplace as a welcome person versus somebody that was seeking sanctuary, those are two very different feelings in terms of the gathering that I'm attending. So I think that what has been commented on by our many very heartfelt audience members here, of that even if it is just the matter of a word change, the feeling behind those words is significant in terms of how our community feels supported by this council. So I'm in favor of this resolution. I think it's powerfully written by the HRC as it appears as a draft on our agenda. And I'm happy to hear any comments from other council members.
I have a question for the city attorney. As this is written, I'm trying to pull it back up. How would this change the way, for instance, someone encounters the police department?
Yeah, I mean, and I would defer to our officers as it relates to how it would, impact the interpersonal relationship when an individual approaches the police. I tend to agree with the pro tem. The resolution from 2017 really made that change, and so that was where it noted that it was the city's policy of refusal to participate with federal authorities as it relates to unjust treatment of people resulting from immigrant or refugee status. The proposed language from the the HRC that was passed is really encompassed in these enumerated sections at the end, and so of the resolution that was included in the packet. And so the main things are that the city resources or personnel shall not be used to investigate, question, detain, or apprehend persons based on civil violation of federal immigration law. That people shall not be detained as a result of their actual or perceived immigration status, nor shall they be held in local custody solely for civil immigration holds, and that the city will not use any public resources requiring registration of people based upon these concerns regarding immigrant status. And so then it does have some subsections where the city is allowed to cooperate in matters that involve criminal activity and for the protection of public safety. And then it finally does have that final section that talks about the obligation of the city manager to review whether there are any risks to our funding sources, be it federal or otherwise, I think, as a result of being considered a sanctuary city. And so that's kind of how it lays it out. Again, as it relates to the actual policing, I'd really defer to the police to talk about how it would impact the policy.
Councilperson, Judge-elect, Mayor Pro Tem, Councilmember Brookover, Councilmember Watson, thank you for the opportunity. It's probably be the best answer I could ever give you. It won't. We will still practice the way we are since our 2017 policy resolution. We will still operate under the same guise. Our operating procedures as a law enforcement entity are in line from that date forward, that we only operate under violations of law or a judicial order. So if there's a judicial warrant for someone to be arrested, we will operate in that capacity, but we do not operate in any other capacity for these matters.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. And then to the city manager, how do you or members of the city administration plan to adhere to paragraph 5, which is monitor any efforts by the federal government to withdraw or withhold federal funding as related to the policy?
Well, I think we'd have to keep an eye on the administration at this point. I think it was fair to say that we're not particularly worried over the next couple of years, because I think that obviously the administration has changed since that threat came about. But at that point, we would have to see what type of funding we could jeopardize if that was going to be an occurrence. And I think that some of the areas we get federal funding are for a pass-through for road and infrastructure and for CDBG. But I don't think we don't really benefit from that much federal funding to begin with. But we would have to see if at that point the federal government would institute some restrictions or new programs telling us that we couldn't apply, and then we would bring that to council and have that conversation.
I have a question, if I'm not interrupting you, Councilmember Babcock.
If you could come back to me when you get to it.
Okay. It occurs to me that if I was the federal government and I was saying I was going to withhold funding, I would say I'm going to withhold funding from cities who have committed that they are not going to cooperate with our immigration authority, not sanctuary city per se. Is there some defined place where sanctuary city is defined as something as a sanctuary city, or is it just because I know the Trump administration used the phrase, and I think our resolution against it really came up as a protest of that, but it was just, the phrase sanctuary city came down from the federal level. And so does it exist? Is there some statute that defines it?
No.
In terms of what we would be protesting if they did try to withhold funding?
Yeah, no, that's correct. Yeah, so sanctuary city within itself is not a term of art in any way. It's really was used to kind of combine this collective group of local governmental entities that were trying to become more or adopt more pro-immigrant policies generally. But there's nothing that says you would qualify 1 through 10 to be
Okay.
you know, to establish yourself as a sanctuary city, for example.
Because it strikes me that we're already vulnerable to that kind of withholding of funding if it's based on our policies, because we already have the policies. And so I don't think that we really would be losing anything potentially, other than perhaps some goodwill in our community, by not really committing to using the word that is the favored, you know, phrase that's used in conversation. So,
I think
thank
we're
you.
seeing we're already complying with the welcoming cities, and I think that that is largely, essentially the same thing,
Yeah.
except the terminology, and if the terminology results in a sanction at a later date, we would bring that information to council at that time.
Okay.
Right? Go ahead.
Well, I listened to the speakers tonight, and to be honest, I had been deflecting, you know, some of the media requests because I was up to my eyeballs in the bond questions. And it's maybe the last time I can do this. I'll share my opinion. I was listening away, and I realized that I am a wanton scofflaw. Today I got a $35 parking ticket downtown, entirely my own doing, and I will pay it. I completely deserve it because I chose to bend, which turned out to breaking the law, and I know it was entirely my own doing. Of course, I showed up tonight and got the parking placard that I was... Regardless, I'm paying the $35. I also probably sped yesterday when I went over to my mom's house, wantonly breaking the law, and because I was in the neighborhood I grew up in, I rolled through the red light. I am already a wanton lawbreaker, choosing to follow the laws that I feel pretty strongly about being a nation of laws, and yet I think we'd be hard-pressed to find anybody who hasn't occasionally bent one here and there. Everybody under the age of 21 who's had a beverage. I wish I had written this myself. I hadn't, but this has stayed with me. My family came here with an engraved invitation. And it said, the poor, it was the Emma Lazarus. We were invited here. We were all invited here, except some who came here by force and some who were indigenously here who have been overlooked. My family, and probably young Mr. Behan's ancestors as well, were potato famine Irish. This nation had never seen the kind of poverty that washed up on its shores as washed up on the docks of Boston during the potato famine. People were literally rags. They were skin and bones. They couldn't walk down the dock. They were covered in fleas, just despicable conditions. My great-great-grandmother came here as an infant from Sweden. And it's funny that when we start talking about immigration and enforcement of immigration, we don't go looking for the Irish in the bars outside of Boston who've overstayed their visa. We don't generally go looking for people who resemble me. I have a close friend whose mother, like my dad, grew up in a small town in West Michigan, and his mother was Irish. His last name, however, is Mexican-American, and he very much has the look of a Mexican-American man. Every time I think of immigration, I think of Todd. And I think of how if Todd and I, friends since 10th grade, were sitting drinking coffee, and the ICE was to come swooping in to pick, say, who they perceived to be an immigrant, they would walk right past me and go straight to Todd, whose family has probably been in this country longer than mine. I'm supposed to be all judicial and stuff, right? I'm not supposed to have these wild opinions. This is my last great shot. Let's show them who we are. Thank you.
It seems a little trivial to follow Councilmember Babcock's very impassioned speech, but I do want to point out as well that ever since Michigan legalized marijuana, we have been violating federal law by selling it. So this is something that is not unheard of. I think that when we see laws that are unjust or policies that are unjust, it is our duty to protest them in any way that we can. And one of the ways that this body can is by passing resolutions. So. Hear, hear.
And then Councilperson Watson asked me to look into communities within the state that had looked or that had potentially adopted this and whether it resulted in any litigation. And so it does look like the only city to have passed one is Lansing, but they subsequently revoked it. There are 4 sanctuary counties, Ingham, Kalamazoo, Kent, and Wayne, and I didn't find any litigation arising out of their establishment or passage of this.
I think both Detroit and Ann Arbor have a policy similar to ours where they have implemented the policies but have fell short of the name sanctuary.
Can I say something? I think we ought to have a written opinion from the city attorney about the ramifications of this. And I think the written opinion, because I don't know. And let me start my comments out by, I find it intriguing that apparently at some level we've adopted or merchandised the terminology of our past president. So at some level, I sit here and I wonder, why are we elevating his terminology to a level that we're even having a discussion and therefore somehow legitimatizing his use of this word? And so the reason I say that is, and the question was already asked, but I have done a little bit of reading, and I think the actual terminology we use in 2017 was safe haven, is actually the way we termed it. But in any event, I'd request that the city attorney take a look at the potential legal ramifications of this, and among other things, the definitional construct of sanctuary city, if there is such a thing, the implications, if any, from altering our prior resolution in 2017. And if you look at that resolution, it looks like we have a kind of a long history of resolutions, which I'd appreciate the city attorney reviewing, which I think from that 2017 resolution goes back maybe 30 years. And then finally, with reference to a February 18th, 2021 memorandum from Tay D. Johnson, the acting director of U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, because at least as I read that document, the issue that came up because of the past president, I think, is resolved by that particular memorandum. I don't know if there's a subsequent memorandum. So I just think before we change something, it might be a good idea to explore the ramifications in a written opinion. I think Ms. Watson did exactly the right thing by asking you for a verbal opinion, but I kind of, and even though I respect you, Mr. Chubb, I kind of like to see written opinions. Sure. So I would just request that before we actually have a vote on this.
And I would also request that we see a resolution that is written in the form of this. This is, the Human Rights Commission requesting.
For you to draft a resolution. For you to draft a resolution.
Yeah. So if we could kind of.
And if I may interrupt, and the other thing is, in your opinion letter, I'd like to know what the legal effect of a resolution is. Okay? And I'm saying that seriously because we have ordinances and statutes, and actually one of the things, and I may be crazy, I probably am crazy, but even the past resolution has some interesting phraseology about not, I'm paraphrasing, cooperating with federal programs or other data gathering that includes information about race, class, etc. And I guess, I understand that, and I think a lot of that's illegal anyway, but for instance, now we've implemented some data gathering of our own in the city relative to police activity. So are we saying something we don't want to say by utilizing language like that? So I'd just like to have that clarified before we go any further. and God forbid, before we get a change in administrations.
Sure. Understood. Thank you.
So we could see both of those things on a future agenda, the opinion and a resolution that is vote onable.
Yep, so what I would hope to do is to provide the legal opinion far in advance, and then the resolution will be provided at the next business meeting, which will be January 10th, I believe.
Okay, awesome. Further discussion before we move on to the next agenda item?
I just wanted to say thank you to the Human Rights Commission. Thank you, Director Hardy. I was also excited to hear that the University Student Commission had laid eyes and discussed this resolution as well. I was on the Human Rights Commission when we talked about the safe haven, and I tuned into the City of Lansing's conversation when they considered and then reconsidered being a sanctuary city, and at that time, our decision-making was based on being worried about federal funding, and we're not in that same place, and so we can make the right decision, we can make a different decision, and we cannot be worried about federal funding. So thank you all for bringing this back up, and I will be delighted to see a resolution and hopefully get some answers that feel comfortable for us regarding the legal ramifications, if there are some.
Yes, thank you. All right, moving on to item 5.2. I'm guessing that this is Mr. Fehrenbach's item since he is approaching our table of
Actually, maybe we take a
presentation.
5-minute break.
Yeah, I think it is 9:06, and so let's see, what do we have left on this beefy agenda?
Just this is a lengthy item, but then.
Yeah, why don't we take a 10-minute break, actually, if that is okay? So we'll be back here, it's actually going to be a 9-minute break, so 9:15, if we could resume our seats. I never get to use the gavel, so. We're back.
Jingle bells. It was cute.
Okay, coming back from break. All right. Item number 5.2, Mr. Fehrenbach, would you like to talk to us about the resolution to authorize the issuance of general obligation limited tax downtown development refinancing bonds?
Certainly. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, and greetings again, Council. My name is Tom Fehrenbach. I'm the Director of Planning, Building, and Development. At issue before you tonight is a request to consider a resolution which would essentially authorize officers of the city to issue bonds on the city's behalf within certain parameters, most notably if a savings could be reached for these bonds. As you know, these bonds are a variable rate currently. Interest rates have been rising, and that factor, coupled with the fact that in April of 2025, the current bond structure is such that rates will, the underlying rate will increase on top of the index. These two factors have led us to continue to work with Bond Counsel and our financial advisor to look for alternatives to the current bond structure. And that exploration has led to an understanding that it's likely that a savings can be achieved and that the market will provide us with a fixed rate so that we will basically no longer be in a variable rate structure and we'll be able to budget with predictability. So that is what we are seeking. The approval of this resolution, again, authorizes the officers of the city, which would be the mayor and the city manager, in conjunction with either the clerk or the deputy clerk, to issue these bonds if the conditions are favorable and in the best interests of the city. Along this journey, we have our bond counsel, who is here tonight, Mr. Roger Sweats, as well as our municipal advisor, Mr. Stephen Burke, and they would be advising along the way. If this resolution is issued tonight, is approved, that would allow us to then issue a request for proposals for a placement of these bonds, essentially pitting banks and financial institutions against each other to try to achieve the best outcome for the city and the DDA. So that is essentially the long and short of it. If we find responses that are favorable, the bonds would be able to be issued and authorized by the officers. But essentially, this is a pretty routine way of doing business in terms of municipal finances. However, my understanding is if the council wants to schedule a special meeting to see the results of the RFP and is willing to essentially be flexible in the scheduling of that meeting to do so during the day, it would be possible to bring this back to council once we've received the responses to the RFP. So that is certainly part of your consideration tonight as well. And again, Mr. Sweats and Mr. Burke are here if you have some technical questions, and I'm happy to stand by for questions as well.
I will look to my fellow council members and see if anybody has any questions.
I have questions. Sure.
Okay. Do we want to hear, are you just here for us, or do you have any part of this presentation that you want to present before we start peppering you?
But mainly we're here for questions.
Okay.
I think if I would just kind of point to one kind of key central issue, because I know there's a lot of stuff here and it can get a little bit, there's a lot of.
Could you introduce yourself for the record, please?
Sure, thank you. Yeah, my name is Roger Sweats. I'm with Dickinson Wright, and we serve as bond counsel to the city, and Steve Berg from MFCI. I think the main reason that we're here is there are really two structural issues with the current bond issue that make it a little bit problematic for the city in our current economic environment. It's this variable rate. So historically, variable rates, in the last 20 years have been very low, with a brief, really high blip in variable rates in 2008, 2009 time period. And then there's the fact that this rate converts and in today's terms would jump up into the kind of 8% range in a little bit over 2 years. So, but for those things, if we were like a year ago and rates were way down, we probably wouldn't need to worry about this. But as variable rates go up, obviously your annual debt service goes up and it becomes difficult to afford. And there's really no cap on the exposure there except for the legal limit of 18%, which we have in Michigan, which hopefully we get nowhere near. So the whole point of bringing this to you is, and this is just, options for the city to consider, but the options that we have available now, just because of the strange place we are, where short-term interest rates are actually higher than long-term interest rates, which is the inverted yield curve, we can actually refinance to a lower fixed rate than a variable rate. That's very unusual in the history of finance markets, and so it's kind of a limited window that you have that would let us go and kind of fix these two structural issues that we're going to have to deal with by 2025 anyway, but it gives us a chance to do that. Now, if rates come back down again, this maybe is a decision that's better made in 2 years as opposed to now. So that's where the difficulty in the decision comes. But the main issue is these two structural issues, and the inverted yield curve gives us a chance to kind of solve that problem. And then we would do this with a very short call date so that if rates do start coming back down, you would have a chance to refinance again out of this in a couple of years. I know refinancing many times is not our goal or ideal here, but we do want to have you have that safety hatch in case that would happen.
Okay. Councilmember Babcock?
Sure. Well, first off, as we heard earlier tonight, you just said refinancing is really not something we want to do, but yet this will be the fourth time we've refinanced these bonds.
Yeah, if I could add one point of clarification to that. The first two debt issuances here were not bonds. They were short-term bond anticipation notes, and we weren't involved in that, but I'm very familiar with what a bond anticipation note is. We do them all the time, and those are intentionally short-term notes just to get you cash to pay for early expenditures of a project until you can get to the point that bonds are issued. So those first two refinances were a little bit different. I really wouldn't put them in the same category. Now, once the 2015 bonds are issued, now we're refinancing again. Now, yeah, this is not something that we would want to bring to you as an ideal goal, but we do have the structural issues, and that's why we at least want to put this option in front of you to consider.
So, if I may, I am aware of the 2015, and in a response to a question I sent earlier today, it appears this was refinanced in 2012, which is a little uncertain. The original debt was 2009, but refinance then would be 2012, 2015. What am I missing?
Yeah, so
there's at least one missing.
So originally in 2009, there was a bond anticipation note issued that was just a short term. I think it was about 2-year length of term note to get temporary money to get the project started. And then since the project was delayed, that bond anticipation note was again refinanced in 2012 to get a little more time for a short-term preliminary money. And then I think, when it became clear that the full project wasn't going forward, that amount was rolled into the long-term bond that's currently outstanding in 2015. So there have been 3 borrowings to date. This would be the fourth if the city goes forward.
With all respect, my understanding is there are 2 ways that financial advisors, bond counsel, can be paid. And are you being paid for your advice, or are you being paid based on when the transaction, the refinancing occurs?
The way we are paid, our advice is basically gratis until a bond closes. So yes, we wouldn't get paid until the bonds close, and then we would get paid out of the bond proceeds.
Do you take a percentage of the bond cost?
Yes.
Okay, what's the percentage you're charging us on the bond?
It's a graduated scale. It's a fee scale that was approved by the city this summer after going out for RFPs for bond counsel and financial advisor. I don't have the exact scale in front
I'm
of me.
not getting your face, I just want the public to
Right,
know.
just-
So my experience, whether it's you or Miller Canfield or whoever it is that there's essentially a going rate. You guys are somewhat competitive back and forth, but there's a percentage rate based on the level of the bond, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so what are we talking about here? What's the total value?
Yeah, so my fee is about $21,000 if
Okay,
this
what's
would
the
go forward.
percentage? of the bond? Please.
You put that in percentage, Steve?
I know you have a raw figure in there, but I'm just trying to figure out what the percentage is.
Roger's fee is about 0.4%.
Okay. 0.04% or 0.4?
Yeah, 0.4%.
Okay. And I have a series of questions. Lisa, can I jump in here? Is that all right, or do you want to keep going?
And our fee is slightly less than Roger's, so ours is,
haven't asked you
Roger's is
yet.
22 and ours is 19.
Go ahead, can you come back to me?
Yeah, sure. I have one question for Tom, and then a couple questions for you guys, okay? So, in public comment, it was mentioned that there's the revenue coming into the DDA on the current situation is about $2.2 million per year.
The fiscal year '23 budget that is adopted is a total of about, about 1.14.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we talk about a bond, but this is actually two bonds, correct? Aren't there two bonds involved here?
No. Okay. No, one bond issue.
And the security for the one bond is backed by what?
So the bond is, the city pledges for the payment of the bonds, the tax increment revenues generated by the DDA plan. And if those revenues would be insufficient, then the city's general fund is basically a guarantor to that payment. So the city's general fund is a backup payment, but the bonds are now paid and intended to be paid by the tax increment revenues.
Okay, but there are two TIFs, aren't there?
Are there two TIFs?
Yes, so, sorry, I misspoke. It's 1.4 is the total budget.
Okay, thank you.
There are two TIF districts. One is really related to the Marriott, that's TIF 1. And then there's TIF 2, which is a larger district that was implemented
Okay,
later.
so the terminology you guys are using are TIF 1 and TIF 2?
No, in terms of, so yeah, that's the terminology we use. Those are the two major TIF revenue buckets, and then the DDA also levies a special, or it levies a DDA millage as well.
Okay, so is it, let me just say this. I have some concerns about the DDA, okay? And I visualize a time because of, I understand there's going to be an increase in revenue. I get that. And I understand your guys' advice, and it's great advice. And I went through this with the school board, and, you know, it's silly not to try to get the savings at this point in time. But the security for the two TIF, there's a difference in the security in terms of TIF 1 and TIF 2, correct?
Yeah, they're two different plans with two different revenue streams,
Okay.
and it's TIF 2 that is pledged to this bond issue.
Only TIF 2?
Yeah.
Okay. And so it's a general obligation bond?
So it's I don't want to get too deep into this, but it's what.
Well, I do.
We
so
do.
Okay.
That's,
It's what bond
that's why
geeks
we're
would-
asking, and that's why you're going to make the money on it, okay? With all due respect
Sure.
to you.
No, I'm happy to
Good.
talk as
So
much
that's-
as
I just
you
want to figure it out so the public
Yeah.
can understand some of this.
Yeah, technically, it's called a double barrel bond because it has a primary source of payment, which is the DDA TIFs, and then it has a backup source of payment that kicks in if the TIFs are insufficient, and that's the city's general fund.
Okay, so do I have to use as security for the TIF 2 revenue?
You know, as DDA bonds, yes, you would pay them with TIF. If there's some reason the city didn't want to use TIF revenues and wanted to use city general fund money to pay the bond instead, we could do a different type of bond, but that's, you know, generally not the intent with the DDA debt. Generally, you want the DDA to pay it.
Okay, so where does, all right. And that extends, that obligation extends to 2035?
Yes. Unless the DDA would develop increases in its TIF revenue before that time that would allow you to pay off the bond sooner.
Okay.
It will be possible to prepay it.
Yeah, of course, we can't force that because we don't have control of the DDA.
The city and the DDA each have, there's influence that the city would have over the DDA if the city wanted the DDA.
We have two people, we have two voters on the board. But the fact of the matter is the DDA is an independent legal board and it can do whatever it wants to do, correct?
The city has to approve its budget.
Okay, all right. So we can emasculate them from a budget standpoint, but they can still go ahead and vote the way they want to vote.
It's a partnership, and it works
Yeah.
best if both partners listen to each other, yes.
Okay, all right. So now, one of the things I've been told, because I you know, again, I'm really not questioning you guys at all, but I've gone through this before, and I think I understand the process. But the reality is, it always makes me nervous to pass a motion that gives, at some level, an open-ended option. And incidentally, the way the resolution or the bond language goes, it's not all three of those officers. It's only either the mayor or the city manager, correct?
That's correct.
All right, so either one has the authority to sign the bond once we pass the motion. And so, is it correct that if we were to say tonight, well, we'd really like to have you go out in the market and see what we can do right away, and then we want it to come back to us because we want to take one last look at it, is that going to affect the competitiveness of the bids in either one of your opinions?
Yeah, so I think there are two issues there. One is if the city council has real doubts as to whether or not you want to do this, and that's an open-ended question that you don't want to answer until you see results, that could hurt the city's reputation in the borrowing markets, just because you don't want people going through all the trouble to give you proposals if you're not really serious about doing this. So if you think as a theoretical issue, you're not too worried about rates going higher, you think they're going to go lower, and because of that, you really just don't want to do this, it would be best just to say no at this point and not do it.
Let me just make something perfectly clear. That's not the hypothetical I'm talking about.
Yeah.
That's absolutely not what I'm thinking.
Okay, I just
what
wanted
I'm
to...
thinking is that I'd like to go out and see what the market says and have it come back so that we can take a vote of the council specifically approving a specific rate for a specific time period.
Sure.
It's kind of like buying a car.
Sure. Nope, I understand that. And
so now my question is, I'm saying publicly, yes, I want to do this. And I'm saying publicly, I would like you guys to go out and find the best rate we can. And then come back to us as quickly as you need to, as quickly as we can get together and have us vote to accept that rate.
Yeah.
Will that affect our ability to get the best possible rate in the market?
It won't affect the ability to get the best possible rate, but the way that this will work structurally is there will be an RFP that goes out to banks so that you get a competitive rate. There'll be a date and time set to get those proposals back. and some of the banks will expect that the city awards the bid on the day that the proposals come back. So for instance, if we had proposals back at 11 o'clock on a given day in January, the city council would have to meet before 3 o'clock that day in order to award the bid so that we could award it timely. If we didn't do that, that rate would expire at 5 o'clock. So that's just, these are very time sensitive in that route.
Yeah,
It's a
okay.
practical
So the
problem.
bid is going to have a time parameter deadline on it.
From certain banks,
And
yes.
so from certain banks.
Think large international banks that may bid on this are going to be much more structured in their response. And so they
That
will
may give us,
require-
that may give us
So
one
we
of the
can't
better.
do it nunc pro tunc. Okay.
Now, if the local bank down the street, they're going to be a lot more flexible than think large
And who currently holds this bond?
Huntington.
Huntington? Okay. And I assume it's not the local office of Huntington that's making this decision.
Their local bankers will bid. They will be a bidder, and it'll be a competitive process.
Well,
They're not the ones that we're necessarily.
They're not the ones we're worried about.
We're thinking of.
But is there any local bank that bids on these things
Yes.
on its own without going to
Yes.
Grand
Yes.
Rapids or Chicago or Detroit or New York to get a permission to do it?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Thanks,
But
guys.
some of the more competitive banks would be possibly a bigger bank. That's why we're concerned.
Yeah, okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Do you have more?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, does someone else
I
want to go
have,
first?
if you don't mind, I have one
Sure.
just really quick question, because I'm not sure if I heard you, like, the word as it was passing in the sentence.
Sure.
Did you say that prepayment is possible or is not possible?
Our intention is to, and Steve can correct me, he's the guy who'll make the decision on this, but our intention is to want to make these bonds subject to prepayment anytime on or after the first anniversary. So 1 year that they're not prepayable, but at the end of that year, they could be prepaid at any time.
Okay. So if some finance changed suddenly and, we use our DDA budget for things like, downtown lighting and cameras and, we're not just, anyway. So completely eviscerating that budget puts a strain on other funding sources in the city. So if some additional money became available and we decided we wanted to throw it at this bond, we would have that option after year one.
Yeah, at year
Okay.
one, you could either prepay in part or in full.
Okay. The as yet non-existent bond that we haven't authorized you to go and shop for? Or the one that we
Correct.
currently have on the table?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, Lisa. Thanks.
Sure thing. Well, the current bond does not have a prepayment penalty, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So when I asked earlier today if there was a prepayment penalty for the proposed bond, I was told no once the new bond became callable. But my
Right.
understanding is callable is different than prepay. So
Right.
could you explain that for me?
Yeah, so like I said, the intention would be that for 1 year, it would not be subject to prepayment, so there's simply no ability to prepay for 1 year, and then on the 1 year anniversary, prepaid at any time with no penalty.
Okay.
And I also would just add that during the process, we're going to, this market, we've laughed at, if you haven't looked at it in the last hour, you don't necessarily know where it is. So
I'm
the
sorry,
reason
can you-
why
I
we have,
hear that, I'm sorry.
I was saying that with the current market, so the current interest rate environment, is changing on a literally an hour by hour basis for what's occurring. And the reason why we've hedged a little bit on the 1 year is we may go out and get feedback from banks before we submit this RFP that says in January their funding has changed, and if we're going to make it a 1 year call, we might be paying 100 basis points more than making a 2 year call. And if that's the feedback we get, we would bring that back to the city, and we would have that conversation about changing that. And so that's the only reason we've hedged is, we don't know where the market's going to be tomorrow, much less in January in a month. And we want to get that feedback right before to make sure that we're not paying an exorbitant rate. Because if you think about the shape of the yield curve, the option to call the bond is going to be on the front end of the yield curve, which is very high at the moment. And we're trying to borrow on the later half of the yield curve in 2035. And so there's going to be a cost to be able to call that. And we want to be able to quantify that. And if it's an exorbitant rate, we might come back and say, let's consider a year and a half or 2 years versus the 1 year. And the reason for the 1 year is banks are not going to want to write a new bond if they're going to think and take the time and the money to write a new bond and go through their internal process if they're going to be called in a month and they're going to lose all of the money that they put into actually creating the bond. So you have to give them some sort of protection typically, or again, you just pay a higher rate. And so it's trying to figure out when practically we're going to need to call it and balancing that with the rate penalty that we're going to have for having it be callable.
Of course, we don't know what the bond rates are going to be in 28 months, which is the time when we would be refinancing this, correct?
Well, and I think too, it's not just refinancing, it's if there's additional revenue in the DDA, if the property is sold, it's leaving the city as many open options as possible to pay down this debt sooner rather than later, if at all possible.
Well, I'm glad you asked that, because in 2019, when I was going door to door, I was asked about this project, this debt, and earlier today I asked how much had been paid in principal since I took office in 2019. About $100,000 on a $5.5 million debt. I'm looking at the DDA's budget that we approved for FY23, which is the year we're coming into, and actually what I see is roughly $1.6 million, but perhaps that has changed. What is our fund balance? The City of East Lansing's fund balance, what is it right now?
Unassigned fund balance for the city of East Lansing is probably $5.5 to $6 million. So that would take the entire fund balance of the city.
So we are ultimately on the hook. The explanation that I give is that, and I mean no disrespect to the people who sit on the DDA. They do hard work and good work for the city, uncompensated. And I very much appreciate that. Where my problem breaks down is they aren't directly responsive to the voters as we are. And I looked people in the eye in 2019 and said, you're right, I agree, this is a problem, we have to do something. And I have been sitting here, I think slightly more than a bump on a log, but I find out now that, 1% of this has been paid during my tenure, and I am remiss for not bird dogging that. I've not been one of the council members who's been seated on the DDA. One of the explanations I would give to, say, my mom or a neighbor about this relationship is the full faith and credit of the City of East Lansing is behind this DDA, behind this debt that the DDA holds, which is not unlike giving a teenager a credit card and saying, promise me you'll pay this back. And they have been, that's a little flippant considering what they've done. But the DDA has spent money on al fresco, which has been wildly popular and successful for the businesses. However, a few months ago, I believe I asked Mr. Fehrenbach about, we were talking about some money, and could this be used to pay down the DDA debt? And it was like it had never crossed anyone's mind. I asked questions earlier today that don't have complete answers. The best I'm willing to do for this project is adjourn to date certain next week until I can have more of the historical numbers. But I find it very hard to support a proposal that would authorize a few people to redo this debt that's not due for 28 months. I'm sorry, am I interrupting you?
No, I'm sorry. I was just trying.
Please, go ahead.
No, I was just exploring whether there would be any flexibility on timing for this resolution. I think if you needed a little more time, we could possibly do it without messing up the schedule at your first meeting in January, if that were helpful.
What schedule is that you're referring to, I guess?
So our plan was to get through the holidays, since putting an RFP out during the holidays is not the best, doesn't always get the best results. So the plan was, once things kind of settle down in January, towards the middle of the month, putting the RFP out to the banks, that RFP would be out for 10 days to 2 weeks, and then bids would be taken at that point late in the month. And then typically we have about 2 weeks after that for closing.
And so I apologize, gentlemen. That was a tough question, but you understand what we have in front of us is this is just giving the possibility of a refinancing sometime in the future. So we're getting two different narratives here. One is that there's a bond that would be issued in early January, and the other is that this is just the possibility of doing it sometime in the future between now and 28 months from now. So you can understand where a little frustration is setting in, I hope.
Well, I hope that wasn't the impression given, because I think the intention is, we can't say for sure this is going to work in January because we don't know that interest rates will still allow us to do it. But if the council gave its approval, I think the intention would be to bring this forward as soon as feasible in the market, depending on interest rates.
All right. May I read? An approval of this resolution does not necessarily mean a refunding is inevitable. Rather, it puts the DDA and city in the position to refund the bonds if favorable conditions are available in the market upon advice of our financial advisor and bond counsel. Closing costs associated with the issuance are estimated at approximately $45,000, which is different than the $21,000 we got earlier. It sounds like there's a proposal.
21 was my fee. There were other Steve's fee as well to get to the total.
And it sounds like there are two different proposals, one that you have and one general concept of refinancing that's been presented to the city council. So do you have a proposal that you actually gave the DDA that we could see?
The refunding analysis was in the response that we provided, updated as of December 1st. And I think too, again, the hedge in the timing of this is if we were out today, the refunding works. The refunding works to comply with state law. So we have to produce net present value savings. If we were to go out today, our estimate is that we would absolutely comply with that, and we would be at a rate significantly less than what the DDA is paying on the variable rate today. We just can't guarantee that tomorrow or in January that would be the case. So our intention is to move forward in January, but it's completely market dependent, and we're only going to move forward if net present value savings exist. And to kind of go back, so our job in the transaction is to act as the fiduciary to the DDA and the city. We're here to give strict, our advice has to be strictly in favor of our fiduciary responsibility to the city and the DDA. And I think as we look at this, the purpose of the refunding isn't necessarily to save money. We have to save money to comply with state law. Really what we're doing is we're putting a cap on the interest rate going forward. The DDA can afford a refinancing at, say it's 5%. I think if we were in the market today, we would be less than that, but we've used 5% in our analysis. The DDA can afford that, and then the DDA would have clarity going forward with their budget of here is what your bond payments are fixed until 2035. If we don't move forward, there is a chance that interest rates continue to rise. There's a chance that interest rates go lower. We're not in the crystal ball business. So the risk reward is by moving forward with the refunding, we cap the interest rate, we cap a scenario where interest rates go to 7, 8, 9% if inflation continues to rise in the U.S.
Or it goes to where it was 28 months ago.
Well,
which is lower.
It
than
may
7,
absolutely
8, 9%.
go lower. Absolutely.
So we don't need to live in fear of those numbers necessarily.
Well, no, and I think though that's what the cost here is really the cost of issuance and the cost of a one year call to put a cap on the interest rate and to prevent an untenable scenario where interest rates are much higher than where they are today. I think if we go back to August of this year, the rate predictions based on the forward rate curve for the Fed were much lower than they are now. I think we've moved up 100 basis points since August on where the Fed's terminal rate would be. I think this continues to catch the market off guard how fast interest rates have risen on the front end of the curve. And again, in the back end of the curve, we have lower rates, and we have almost normal kind of 10-year if we go back pre-COVID. So, that's really the risk reward that we're weighing is moving forward with the refunding, capping the rate. We know what it is going forward. The DDA can budget for it, the city can budget for it. Or on the downside, if we do it, rates fall, we've spent the money in the cost of issuance to pay Roger and I, and other state fees that are associated with it. And potentially we come back and do another refinancing later, which we would get paid twice for. And again, that's a conflict of interest, and we mitigate that conflict of interest by adhering to the fiduciary duty of we're only doing this if it's in the best interest of the city. And so we kind of present the data and let, obviously, council and staff decide that decision.
I move we approve the resolution to authorize issuance of general obligation limited tax downtown development refunding bond series 2023.
If I may, I have the floor. I'd like to continue. I was asked a question today.
I have the right to make a motion to get second, and you can
I'm
continue
still
all the
speaking.
discussion you want. I made the motion.
Motion's on the floor.
Respectfully, I wouldn't mind hearing what more of what Councilmember Babcock's questions are
Well, I'll second the motion so that it's votable, but we will continue the discussion.
Thank you. I kind of lost my place, but all right. So we're going to spend approximately $45,000 on the reissuance of the bond per this memo that was provided to us by city staff. That is about half of what we pay down on principal. So I'm not sure who this question is directed to, but if this was your personal debt, if you were a fiduciary for this debt, wouldn't it make sense to use at least that much to continue paying down principal?
So I guess, correct me if I'm wrong, but in 2019, the principal was $110,000 and has been $110,000 on the current debt. Since 2019. So starting in 2019, it was 110, and it's been 110 annually since then.
My understanding was that cumulatively we'd paid down $110,000. I asked this question Friday.
So the number, we've made principal payments, I think when we refinanced the bands originally, it went up, and we had to finance more back in 2012 or something like that. So from the initial borrowing in 2009, the city has in fact made $110,000 payments since we've been with Huntington in the variable rate, right?
No, I believe that it started out at $25,000 as the principal payment, and then it went up to $110,000 in 2019.
That's correct, yeah. So part of the reason that the payments are not as much as you would normally see is there were 3 small payments in the first 3 years of this bond issue, principal of only $25,000, and then in 2019 it went up to 110, and so it's been 110 a year for 19, 20, 21, and 22. So we're a little under 500,000 or around 500,000.
Well, gentlemen, I would be happy to share with you by email the response I got today. I don't see any reference to payments. Well, all right, principal amount. I have numbers that appear to be in conflict because I was told that, I'd be happy to share this with you, but the numbers don't quite coincide. And it would be nice to have that resolved before we act on that. I would also say that you mentioned state law, and this is a different area of state law, but for the city manager and economic development director, what is the city's current percentage of debt for its overall budget?
It's in the financial report. I don't have that at my fingertips. The city actually, in terms of, it's a part of the financial report. I can get it for you.
Well, my understanding is the state government occasionally shifts the trigger point for financial oversight. And as I show this to people who do municipal finance, which admittedly is not my area, the first response was, well, maybe the state is, maybe the city's pension fund or other debt are putting it at risk of financial oversight, which is why you have to do this today. This person, vast knowledge of municipal finance, and said, you learned about this when? I said, Friday, 4/25. And this person was aghast. So is that the impetus for this today?
I think the urgency is what we talked about. This has gone to the DDA, was discussed last month at the DDA. And now it's coming that rates can continue to go up. And the quicker you get to market, you can try to see if the rates, before they go up, if you can find a savings. If you can't demonstrate a savings, you don't do it. So I think that's the impetus. But I don't know, Tom, you want to?
Yeah, I mean, I think from a practical standpoint, you know, the potential upside is that if rates continue to be high and or increase, the DDA and the city are subject to greater payments. We'd be able to lock that rate in at a fixed rate, which is lower than today's rate. The downside is that if rates decline in the short term, we're going to be locked in for at least a year and not being able to refinance, and also the cost of issuance. So really, the way that from a kind of conservative, practical standpoint to look at it is we'd be taking the conservative risk of spending the cost of issuance to lock in a rate which is lower than our variable rate today. And the risk is, again, if rates decrease in the short term, we're going to be locked in a position of not being able to refinance for at least a year, possibly more, depending on you know, what the market says. I think we've been told 1 to 3 years is kind of the window. And then also we'll be out the cost of issuances.
I think also significantly is we're not going to get that pop-up of the rate in the future, which is coming if we don't refinance.
Correct. If we do nothing, we're already facing the increase of the rate in April of 25 to a significantly higher base rate on top of the index.
That's 27 months from now, and we could concentrate right now on paying the principal. In fact, we could, this would not be a great solution, but we could take from the DDA budget, we could take from city fund reserve and make a sizable payment on principal. That might be the conservative approach, would be to shed this bond, shed this debt. This debt has been with us since 2009. When I asked earlier today for numbers dating back from before 2019, I did get some going back to 2016. We don't really seem to know what our history is here, but I know I was asked about this. Picture the face, I can picture the door. And people are, how could this have gone on this long? That was 10 years in 2019 before I was elected. I am really distressed by the fact that we continue to carry this debt, we continue to refinance this debt, and yet we're told that it's the financially wise thing to do to stay in debt forever. Now, my grandparents came through the Great Depression, so maybe that colors my thinking. But no one ever got rich by staying in debt forever. And no one would do this with their own mortgage. I know that municipal finances are larger and more sophisticated, but at the end of the day, we have to go back and explain to our neighbors, to the downtown businesses, to the people who work for this city, why we made a financial decision that levies, that just spreads out a debt further, because interest rates might go up, but we haven't really bothered to pay down the principal. Oh, and by the way, we have really no idea. We don't have any numbers from at least before 2016. We cannot make this decision tonight. We just don't have the information.
So, can I?
Mr. Levine.
So I just want to portray, I mean, I think they were portraying this and forgetting actually the whole history of it, which was 12 years ago, we inherited a project that was completely stalled and coming out of the Great Recession. There were parcels that were in dilapidated condition with buildings that people said, just get the bank building down. So we focused a lot of our efforts on moving things forward. Actually, the parcel itself with the debt is the final piece of the puzzle of an entire project that was stalled for a dozen years. So we've done actually great work in getting it done. And now we are in a situation, because of these two buildings being completed and MSUFCU, only 2 years out to be able to handle this debt in a very efficient way. So I think the city has taken very reasonable steps over the past decade to move a stalled project that we were left with and get it to productivity. So now the money sits there, as Ms. Drager pointed out, in the future, $2.2 million, an increase of $1.4 million per year, coming down the road because of the development decisions we made. So we also, not only that, but we reset the infrastructure around this parcel, and we've also gone through the process of raising the buildings. So now we are in a much better situation than we were a decade ago to move forward with development. So I would portray this as taking a very difficult situation and making it into a success.
Mayor?
Done?
I agree. I agree with much of that. However, financially, we haven't made the same gains that we made on those buildings. Also, we know now, I will save this for another conversation, we know now that all of the revenue from the MSUFCU building is not going to general fund, it's going to DDA. So yes, they're going to have a lot of money. That was not the understanding when we passed it. We can save that conversation for another day. I vividly recall that night in 2019, my second council meeting. The question is, whether we can make an adequate decision based on the information the council has been provided at this point, and my answer to that is no.
May I provide one more piece of information really quick, ma'am?
Absolutely.
Just to go back to the mortgage example, just really quick. Right now, you have an adjustable rate mortgage.
Mm-hmm.
That adjustable rate mortgage is at plus 140 basis points to an index that's risen. That's going to reset an additional 300 basis points in 27 months in 2025. There's a unique opportunity just at this moment in time to be able to refinance that adjustable rate into a fixed rate mortgage going forward. So just again, using that as an example. Coming previous years, the reason why it wasn't done is because the rate was so low previously that it wasn't a problem. But what happens with adjustable rate mortgages is you get a situation like we're having now where that rises, and then it rises to a point where you can no longer afford to make the mortgage payments. And so again, the ask from the DDA and staff was bring a solution. Is there a solution to this problem? And because of the shape of the yield curve and because of all of the timing with when the rate resets, we can refinance into a fixed rate for a fairly low risk-reward trade-off. And so that was the kind of genesis of how we got to here with the DDA.
And I appreciate that, and I'm actually surprisingly risk-averse given the rest of my personality, and I don't like those flexible rates. But being asked to make this decision tonight, the lack of information is actually being like, just trust us. And trust us that we'll pay this down, trust us that we can do this 27 months early and it'll be great. And I don't have it. I mean, I asked detailed questions today. I was told that if I wanted more information, I could have it later, and I want that information before I make the decision. Again, I do not like the adjustable rate mortgage, but there's no point in making a mistake if we can avoid it.
Can I ask a few questions, Mr. Brookover, before I recognize you? So the action that's before us right now is whether to enable our bond counsel to essentially shop around for a better deal. It's not obligating us to refinance the bonds at this point. It's not negating the possibility of putting money towards the principal of the DDA's debt. But I would also say, I was just trying to listen with one ear and also look up the DDA agenda from last month to see how much they have in their funds. Do you happen to have an idea off the top of your head, Mr. Fehrenbach? Our budget, other than our emergency fund essentially, is completely entailed for this year. We don't have like hundreds of thousands, we don't have tens of thousands of dollars sitting around. So our best opportunity to take general fund money and put it towards this bond would happen next calendar year. The DDA, I believe, has some money left in their budget, but not enough to make a substantial principal payment towards the principal on this money if both of these bodies decide that that's the motion that they wanted to move in. And so my instinct is that even if we did, and under state law, it has to be of financial benefit. We can't just refinance willy-nilly for no reason. So if we authorize you tonight to shop for a better deal on a bond, if you find one, then we will be in a slightly better financial position for the brief future. We will have the opportunity to prepay in one calendar year, which, based on the finances of both of those bodies, really, we're not in a position to make a large payment towards that principal, because both of those budgets are pretty much set at the moment. And then it would protect us in the event that it would protect us from that balloon payment, essentially. So I don't see a lot of risk on the table ahead of us tonight. And I don't think that taking action on allowing them to essentially shop for a better bond is going to prevent us from making principal payments, because A, they may not find one and then we're back in the same situation that we're in, or B, they do find one and then we can still do that within a year, which is really the realistic timeline that we would be able to do that in anyway. So I don't really see a reason to vote no on this, although I do understand that you have many unanswered questions, Councilmember Babcock. So personally, I'm in favor of it unless there's something that I'm wildly not seeing, and I guess I'm looking to Mr. Lahanis and Mr. Fehrenbach to tell me that I'm radically wrong in my understanding of this.
No, I mean, I think essentially that is what you would be doing by authorizing this resolution. Obviously, you are authorizing the mayor or city manager upon the guidance and upon understanding that it's in the best interest of the city to issue the bonds. So that would be a later decision that you are basically
Delegating to a
that
different
authority.
person. Okay. So and I'm reasonably comfortable with that outcome. And I think the one part of that you guys mentioned is a possibility is that 1 to 2 year entailment, basically, and that's dependent on what rates you're finding. So if that ended up being 2 years instead of 1 year, then I would definitely want to hear about that, because that changes the situation. Now, Councilmember Babcock has got more things to say. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. So, first off, what we received in the memo is any refunding of the bonds would need to result in an interest cost savings, correct, Joe? Mm-hmm. Okay, but there are other costs. You can have a lower interest rate, but not always save money refinancing, correct?
What we have to be able to do is prove to the state that there is a net present value savings to the bond issue, so that is a net savings. So,
okay.
Yes, we do have to prove savings after the payment of any cost of issuance.
Thank you. And what we're doing with this resolution is not just authorizing them to shop around, which is fine. We're authorizing you or the mayor, who isn't present, and I do wish he could be part of this tonight. I understand he had a conflict. We're authorizing you to go ahead and sign off on whatever they find. And I'm just not comfortable doing that.
That is a fair distinction.
I'm not comfortable doing that. It's not going to come back to us. And yet again, we, the fiduciaries of the city, are going to be responsible for it, and the full faith and credit of the city is going to be responsible for it. The decision will be made in a DDA hearing, and again, this is no disrespect to the people who sit there, but as a matter of governance, they do not have the same level of responsibility that we have, and they do not have the same level of responsibility to the greater city. And I respect them very much for what they do, but we are shunting off to them a role that will be made in a meeting where probably no one will attend, and likely no one will know until after the fact, and I don't think that's good governance.
If I could just interject, this decision will not be made by the DDA. The DDA's only role here was to recommend to the City Council that this be done. So the decision, if you approve this resolution tonight, would be made by the mayor and city manager, and/or city manager.
And respectfully, I find that even more troubling from a transparency and governance perspective, with absolutely no disrespect to the people who fill those roles. But I think we have people show up at our meetings and share their views about many things. This is the kind of community that wants more involvement rather than less, as you've seen tonight.
We are an intense board. Mr. Brookover, did you have anything to add?
Well, I'm in favor of this, and I'm going to vote for it. And I guess my view is, I believe the advice you're giving us. To me, there's two issues here. One is the issue of the long-suffering debt that was incurred a long time ago, and there's a question as to how quickly we can pay down that debt. The information I got today, I don't know what Councilperson Babcock got. I thought this was a specific answer to her questions, but to clarify, it says that we paid the principal $110,000 principal in 2019, $110,000 principal in 2020, $110,000 in principal in 2021, $110,000 in principal in 2022, and the interest, except for this year, was in excess of that, which is the reality. So I have no problem. I won't be walking door to door, but I have no problem when I go out and do my workout, or when my neighbors come over and pound on my door, justifying this decision. And incidentally, when's the next Federal Reserve meeting? Is that tomorrow?
I think it's the 13th.
Okay, so a week from tomorrow. Okay. And so I understand the advice. I understand that we are authorizing you to go out and see if we can get a better rate. I understand the idea of the fixed rate, because I've never done a variable rate mortgage in my life, and I never would, and that makes me very nervous, especially in the current conditions. So if it happens that in 5 weeks or 28 months or whatever, I made the wrong decision, I'm okay with that, because I think it's the correct decision right now, and I have confidence in you and your entities being able to go out and get us a better rate and save some money overall. Now, so I'm going to vote in favor of the motion, and I'm comfortable with the advice that's given. And that doesn't answer my question, which is not a question for you, which is our interaction with the DDA going down the line in terms of continuing methodologies for repaying this principal, especially when, as I understand the situation, they're going to get a significant boost in their income. This is not directed at you two, okay? And so the reality is, I think as a council, we need to look at that interrelationship and emphasizing the pay down. Now let me say one more thing. Obviously, we always have a fund balance of some kind, which you can call an emergency balance. And I guess we can go use that, and we can pay this down. And I guess we could go use that, and we could pay down our long-standing debt to our retirees. So there's a lot of choices with that money. I don't happen to think using that money for this or the other thing at this point in time is a wise use of our resources. So those are the reasons I'm going to vote for this tonight, and those are the reasons why I invite anybody in the public to ask me why I think this is a smart thing to do right now.
Go ahead. Yep, go ahead, Councilmember Watson.
Did the DDA start discussing and vote on this in November?
Yes.
They were talking about it before this time?
No, I mean, we've been talking about this since I started with the city over 5 years ago.
I'm talking about the
This
refinancing.
particular refunding.
Yeah.
So we, as you may recall, restructured the debt with Huntington earlier this year, and at that point, rates were low to the point where I think our advisors were saying that we probably were going to have to look at the situation in April of 2025. And as we're getting closer to that in terms of being able to actually find the net present value savings, but then since that time, which was July of this year, rates have increased so much that our conversations took on a different tenor, and so we let the DDA know at their I believe it was their October meeting that we were in conversations with our bond counsel and muni advisor. And that they'd be discussing this in November at their meeting. So with that context, yes, we brought this to the DDA at their November meeting. Their action was to approve a resolution essentially continuing the pledge of the revenues from the DDA, specifically the TIF, for the repayment of these bonds, and requesting or recommending that the council move forward with this action today.
Thank you. And I'm not sure if you all would want to predict the future. I just kind of imagine that you have people that tell you where the trends are going, not for like the next 30 days, but maybe the next couple months. But I imagine that you all, your interest is in us saying yes today, not yes in 30 days. So the sense that this must happen like right now, I'm questioning.
Yeah, so I can address that. So my background, I've been in finance for 2007, so that makes 15 years now. Before I was in my role here, I was on the buy side, and so we traded things like interest rates, and so I still kind of lean on my old work to review those type of things. And I look at the Fed futures curve every day. One of the things that we do for the city is each month we update based on where SOFR is. SOFR is the index that the bonds are currently based off of. SOFR was the replacement for LIBOR. That was when we said restructure, we changed the index.
Can you tell Ms. Watson and I what the acronym stands for, please?
SOFR is the Secured Overnight Financing Rate, and that was the replacement for LIBOR. So LIBOR is sunsetting.
I get that. I just want to know, we just,
Sure. So, yeah, no problem. So SOFR's fairly new, but that's where the SOFR's published by the Federal Reserve Bank of New York every morning, and then there's a 30-day term SOFR, which is a market rate based on what the Federal Reserve Bank of New York publishes. And so when we did the technical kind of restructuring, but really just changed the index based on LIBOR sunsetting, we started having discussions with Tom of how do we approach this. And so the problem had always been, well, we had a normal yield curve. Short-term rates were low, long-term rates were high. What you would normally expect, the longer you borrow, the higher the interest rate. And since then, so at the time it was still normal. And then as we've gone throughout the year this year, it has inverted and then has inverted even more, and it's more inverted than it's been in 40 years. So that inversion now puts us in the opportunity where right now, the 10-year rate, for example, today, is the 10-year Treasury rate, which we use as kind of a proxy for borrowing. These are taxable bonds, is at about 3.5%. The 1-year Treasury rate is at 4.75%. So the impetus of bringing it now was number one, the timing of going to the DDA in November and then coming here now. And because the yield curve is so inverted, we have the opportunity to do it now. Now, whether or not the yield curve uninverts, it could. It may uninvert two ways. It may uninvert because the Fed starts lowering rates because we have a recession, or it could uninvert the natural way, which would be long-term rates begin to rise. And that would be because we're not having a recession and the current inverted yield curve is wrong and it's signaling a potential recession upcoming. But when we look back at what the market predicted, which again, the market as a whole is how interest rates trades. We use the Fed funds futures curve, where you can go out each day and you can see every month going forward what that curve looks like. Mm-hmm. Right now, the Fed funds curve is saying kind of May of next year is when they will stop raising rates stay steady, and then start to fall later next year. But if we go back a month ago, it was a lower terminal rate. If we go back a month before that, it was a lower terminal rate. And we go back a month before that, it was a lower terminal rate months earlier that the Fed would stop raising. So we can look at those, and they're not necessarily predictions. They're just, here's what the market thinks today of what the future looks like, but tomorrow that's going to change, and but that's all we can base it on. And so when we do the analysis each month for the DDA, we provide them with the current SOFR rate that they get marked at roughly on each first day of each month, and then we actually put in the Fed funds curve well, we put in the SOFR futures curve and then, supply that. But again, that's just it's not a prediction, it's just where the market is today.
Okay, so let me just, it sort of kind of sounded like calculus class my freshman year, which I almost flunked because I always had football games right afterwards. But can you help Ms. Watson and I, please? I think her question was, I'm paraphrasing, you folks look at this stuff going out ahead and you try to make some predictions about where things are headed. And that's your business. And then you explain to us all these different things you throw in, which sounded like calculus to me. I get it, it's your business. But look, here's the deal. Ms. Watson's going to be the swing vote tonight, okay? And she wants to understand this. And you know what? I want to understand it too. Because Ms. Drager's going to do an article in a few days, and she's going to tell us that everything was right or wrong or whatever. And I got neighbors, and we're spending a lot of money here, and we're stuck in quicksand because of a project that was envisioned 20 years ago. So now let's just get down to the basics. I assume, in answer to Ms. Watson's question, you tell me if I'm wrong, that yes, at a certain point in time, because of this, that, and the other thing that you guys take into consideration, you went to Fehrenbach and you said, you know what? This is working in our direction. And if you want to take advantage of an opportunity now that may not be here in a month, now's the time to do this. And you're qualifying quite properly by saying, Ms. Watson, Mr. Brookover, Ms. Babcock, Judge Babcock, I'm not saying, I don't know. It could go the other direction. But aren't we really paying you to tell us what your best estimate is? And your best estimate, standing here tonight, and I apologize for you having to stand here and answer all these questions, but your best estimate to this city council is, yeah, we think this is a good time to do this. And we have a fiduciary duty to you and the DDA to go find you the best deal. And so that's what this resolution does. And so isn't the answer to her question, and it's really my question too, yeah, you guys have been looking at this for a while and you think this is a pretty good time to do it. And if we wait 30 days, it may go a different direction, which is bad. Ms. Babcock's, Judge Babcock's right. It might go the other direction. Is that correct?
Yeah, and the only thing I would say is we certainly don't make predictions. Because if we did make predictions, we would,
I'm sorry,
we would go trade interest rates, right?
I used the wrong word.
What we do is we can lay out, here's the risks, here's the rewards, and here's what it cost you.
Okay.
And that's what we're looking at is this is from my seat as the fiduciary to the city here. The risk of doing this is the cost of issuance, roughly. We're going to get an interest savings, and if rates don't go down in the next few months, the interest savings are going to come pretty close to washing out the cost of issuance, because we're going to have, if we did it today, we'd have pretty good savings. The risk to not doing it is we wake up tomorrow and inflation continues to get worse, we can't get it under control, and the Fed continues to hike 100 basis points every month, and now all of a sudden the DDA is staring at a 7% rate versus a 5% rate. And so the trade-off there is really the cost of issuance.
If I were to put it in fairly simple, non-financial terms, I think the risks of not doing this sooner rather than later is if the inverted yield curve goes away, the ability to do this might go away because we wouldn't be able to show savings at that point. And on the other hand, if rates continue to go up, at some point in time, the interest payments are going to be so high that the DDA budget won't be able to pay them, and then the city has to kick in the difference out of its general fund. Those are the risks. If rates go the other way, those risks don't materialize, but that's the trade-off tonight.
Thank you.
Thanks. And my last question is for the city staff, and that was to the remarks about and the questions about CATA and LCC and like those numbers. What I read was money is being taken away from these entities. So can you break it down for me, like what what does it mean that LCC has 94,000 listed?
So what that means is that from the time that the TIF plan was enacted till today, the increment value increased to the point where in this fiscal year, or this tax year, that jurisdiction is not receiving those funds, are being captured by the DDA as part of their budget.
So it doesn't reduce the taxes that they used to get, they're just not getting the new
Yeah,
taxes.
is it kind of like when the Lansing superintendent came forward and was concerned about what would happen if we agreed to what we would agree to with the German company?
Exactly.
Okay.
So for attesteo, at question was a personal property tax exemption, which would basically not create an additional tax burden for attesteo on their personal property tax, and therefore not create tax revenues for jurisdictions in excess of what's already being paid to them on those parcels. So it's a little different in the sense that it's not increment that's being captured. It's essentially an exemption from those taxes.
I would say, but for this TIF, LCC would get an additional 94,000 something this year. But for this scheme, which is why I would say attesteo, shorthand is exactly the same. But for the financing scheme we are putting in place, Lansing Public Schools would have received 2x instead of x.
Mm-hmm. And this is going to go on into 2035.
Mr. Haas has got something.
Forever.
So I just want to mention that you were looking at one tax plan from the state, obviously a permissible plan by the state, that is somewhat favorable to the city. There are many, many examples. Public Act 289, fire protection, which wasn't funded for 30 years. The Headley, where you can't raise property taxes and property taxes are rolled back and they can't have increases. Not ability to have a local option for room tax and sales tax. I mean, there are so many things that the city has given up, not able to expand our borders because the state has constrained us in terms of our ability to expand our borders with townships. So many places the city has been constrained in revenue, and that's part of the pressure we've felt for the past 2 decades. There's one area where the city has a more favorable ability, and that's with TIF plans. So I don't think we should necessarily run from the one opportunity we have to be able to have some growth and be able to have some additional revenue.
And also, what's before us right now doesn't change that TIF. The deeper question of our relationship with the DDA is what would inform that future discussion. But the TIF is going to be leveled one way or the other, regardless of the decision we make on this tonight. So,
Because this is TIF 1.
TIF 2.
the TIF 2, yeah. So
Oh, it says TIF 2 in the question.
No, this is TIF 2. TIF 1 is Marriott.
yeah.
40 years ago.
So, but regardless, I mean, if these bonds disappeared tomorrow with the DDA the way that it is, that TIF would still be leveled. Like,
TIF would still be leveled,
Yeah.
but it wouldn't be, but we also would not be continuing to pay, particularly paying to service a debt. You know, one proposal,
this was, I was specifically speaking to Ms. Watson's concern about the LCC capture, but go ahead.
if I could go back in time, I promised you one thing, so I have one question and then a proposal. The question is, if you began talking about restructuring this months ago, why was this not proposed months ago? If we were concerned about the variable rate, and the DDA began discussing it earlier this year, why did this proposal not come to us then?
The DDA discussed it in October. I'm not sure why it didn't come to us.
It was this inverted yield curve which developed over the fall that made this possible.
Okay.
Initially, the discussion was around the sunsetting of the index, the London Interbank Offered Rate, And so we had to take action related to Huntington's desire to have longevity, and they offered us, the new index SOFR plus a lower spread. So that was our ability to restructure at that point. Certainly, we continue to be concerned with the debt overall, and I think the DDA asked a lot of good questions related to any ability we may have had at that point in time this summer, and it did not look that rates were such that we would be able to take advantage of any savings, and that situation has changed dramatically over the last several months as rates have continued to climb.
Thank you. I have an alternative proposal, which is the council could put out an RFP for this in January, review its options, and the entire council would shoulder the responsibility for the decision.
I think the complication there, Mr. Fehrenbach spoke to that in his opening comments, saying that we could call a special meeting when needed, but I think the complication with that is that some of these rates are dependent on hours of action versus in order to call a public meeting, we need 18 hours notice, and it sounds like we might have 3.
Yeah, well, so I would just say, so how the RFP, I'll just to give a quick background on what that's going to look like. So we have fairly standard structure for an RFP that will go out to banks. If you think about it, these are banks who are active in the market in purchasing Michigan municipal debt. It will go out to every bank that's active in the Michigan market. Everyone will have an opportunity. That RFP is sent out by the city. We cannot send out that RFP. We can write it. We can give you all the information. The city physically has to send it. That RFP gets sent to all the banks. We will know the date and time when those RFP responses will come back. And so if there's we'll be able to communicate that, several weeks ahead of time. But it will need to happen during business hours because some of the RFP responses will have a cutoff time of 4 or 5 o'clock.
Right, so the council can meet. We would have, say, an RFP, and just hypothetically, you've got 2 weeks to respond, so we know that day. So the responses come in at 11 a.m. We have previously scheduled a special council meeting for 3 p.m. that day, or 4 p.m., and the council, as constituted then, meets at 4 for, I'd say 15 minutes to open the bids, but with this group, who are we kidding, for about 7 hours. And poof, we're done. That's eminently doable, I think. I think your concern would be the length of time between the time we put out the RFP and the time that they had to prepare it and return it. But we're not talking right now about acting on the proposal before us until January anyway.
Yeah, so if the council is willing to have a daytime meeting and we know for sure we can get a quorum together before 3 o'clock and we can finish by 4 o'clock on the sale date, that would be doable.
So just, is there usually a clear winner in these things in the RFP?
Yes.
And the likelihood that whomever we have designated, be that the city manager or the mayor, will go wildly off book and choose the not person that you recommend seems very unlikely to me. So to me, I see what you're saying, Councilmember Babcock, but what I see is a meeting that happens at a time that is not, that we currently haven't blocked our schedules with all of the complications of our day jobs that we have. And then we're going to accept the recommendation that you give us, which is the same recommendation that you would give to the mayor, the city manager, and we're going to end up with the same thing signed. So I understand what you're saying, but to me it's not, I just don't see that the outcome changes. So.
Well, part of it's just the responsibility and governance, the council making the decision. Part of it's seeing multiple RFPs, which may or may not be different than. Would it be different?
The RFPs will, different banks maybe structure them slightly differently, but the key information will be easy to compare. If it's helpful, historically, councils would have done this by a special meeting. In the first 10 years of my practice, that's probably the way 70% of it happened. Long around 2000, because of the reasons you said, that it really was a pretty clear decision, council started to decide it's not worth having to come in for special meetings. And so around that time period, it changed to this delegation route. In the last 10 years, I don't know that I've seen a community not use this delegation route. So this is the way it's mostly done these days. But that said, we're happy to make this work whichever way you're most comfortable with.
I'm sorry, I think I misspoke. The information we get in an RFP, would the responses we get in an RFP, or the information or the proposals, be different than what you would get through your proposal, which is basically soliciting information for bonds?
So we have a standard RFP. I mean, we do probably 40 of these a year like this. And, you know, banks, every municipal advisor's RFP looks about the same, and banks are used to seeing it, and all of the information that needs to be on there will be on there. They're fairly short. Don't think a big RFP like you were procuring some type of work, or like our RFP response. These are going to be on the lowest end. A bank will send an email that says we will do this at 5%. On the higher end, there may be some pages that say the same thing, repeat what was in the RFP, but they're all going to be pretty clear. We're going to pick the lowest rate. And really the only decision point would be a kind of go or no-go decision. And, you know, I think if it's even remotely close, I'm sure we would just hit the pause button, and staff would have that conversation, but I think that would be up to them. But again, if we sold these today, there would be an obvious winner and there would be obvious savings. But again, I continue to hedge. We have no idea what things are going to look like in a month, and we may not be in a position to do it. And if that's the case, then we just wouldn't do it, and we would wait to see what happens going forward. And hopefully rates come down. And hopefully the reason we can't do it is because rates came way down, and at that point we can't show present value savings because the interest rate is too low on the bonds. But you know, again, no crystal ball. And
So what happens to you guys? Because then you've done the work, you don't get paid.
They don't get the money.
You don't get a paycheck after all that.
We don't get paid.
Well, that's part of our business.
That's the way we work
It's
it.
like a real estate agent selling a house.
I bet you're going back to the partners saying, we get combat pay for East Lansing.
Yes, yeah, a bonus.
We get combat pay
All right.
and all the beverages we save for Friday.
I wanted to just clarify again my question about the entities that were listed and what this decision is made today, because I feel like I got a couple of different answers. And so my question is, will we be able to revisit these entities that are losing out in these amount of monies? Can we get information on that, and then can we make a different decision?
So this decision on the bonding is what we will do with revenue that we're going to be capturing. A separate decision would be in the future if council no longer decide to capture that revenue. But it's not really, they're not really tied. I guess if the revenue is all tied up, then perhaps some of it is tied up. But the TIF capture is still happening, and it's been happening for 30 years, 25 years.
That's because we did get into a
Mayor
state
Pro Tem, can I
DDA.
try to answer your question?
Yeah.
So, Councilmember Watson, this is my understanding. I don't pretend to have any different understanding than you do. The TIF, I'm going to call them percentages, or the TIF amounts that, in effect, don't go to these other entities are set. So, what we're doing tonight, as I understand it, is we're not in a situation where we can change those numbers. That's a different question. And I think the answer to that question is we can't change those numbers unless we get rid of the TIF entirely, okay? Which is what Mr. Lahanis was speaking to earlier. So does that answer your question?
Yeah, thank you.
And the only thing I would add to that is you can't get rid of the TIF as long as these bonds are
Yeah,
outstanding. So you're kind of locked into it for now.
All right.
But that would be true of the bonds that we currently hold.
Yes.
Right, so, okay. So we have a seconded motion on the table to decide whether we want to
I guess, what is the motion?
The motion's to approve the resolution to authorize issuance of general obligation limited tax downtown development refunding bonds, Series 2023.
Okay. Discussion seems to have died down, so I think we're going to vote on this. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
That passes with a 3-1 vote. Thank you so much for your very patient attention to our questions.
Thank you.
Thank you all. We appreciate it.
Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Now go out and get us like a 3.5% interest rate.
Yes,
will you, please?
make it a good one. All right. I messed up my agenda by trying to look at the DDA's budget.
Consideration of process of appointing candidate for a pending city council.
Thank you very much. Okay, so this is our revisiting our discussion from last week about how to replace Judge Babcock.
Not sworn in yet, and Judge Ball is very much on the bench.
He is still, yes.
Very much on the bench,
Yes.
but thank you.
All right, so I think where we left this last time was we wanted to see the application, which was not attached to our previous agenda. So we now have that. It's pretty straightforward. It's basically just kind of a, why are you interested in this job and why should we think that you're qualified for it? So that's attached. And then the interview questions, I think, is maybe a little bit premature. This is what we would talk to them about. But really the question is, does this application meet our requirements in terms of being able to whittle down a list of applicants? And what deadline do we want to set for it? Does that seem about right?
That is, I could just propose something to start the conversation with two
Perfect.
options. One is we could do a press release on December 8th and post the application for the 9th through the 22nd at 5 p.m. On purpose, getting this done before the holidays because there'll be 2 weeks where it'll be very quiet. Or we could go for longer, post it at the same time and go all the way until January 3rd, I believe was the date, which is 2 days prior to January 6th when we have to post the agenda, giving the clerk's staff an opportunity to prepare that information and compile it. Now, it's up to council whether you think that during the holiday time, having that extra time will be helpful or not, or whether 2 weeks beforehand is sufficient. Certainly a decision for council, we can do either, and we can post it pretty much directly at this point. And the interview questions come at a later date. We just
When are the city offices closed?
They're closed on the weekend of the 25th for 2 days attached to the weekend, and they're closed for 2 days attached to New Year's weekend. So they're both 4-day weekends. What I would say about those weekends is typically you may get light. Staff frequently take time off, and there may be a skeleton crew. So
they take vacation time on top.
They take
of the
vacation
holiday
time.
So the week of January 1st, they're back on the 2nd or after that? The 3rd.
Third.
I think it varies, but I think that's a safe assumption. That's sort of where I was going with having it come on January 3rd because people are largely back after the new year. So either coming back the 22nd or the 3rd of January.
And then that gives them, the later date of the 3rd of January gives staff 2 days to essentially vet the candidates to make sure that they're eligible to serve before we have to post the agenda.
Okay. And so do we ask, are you a resident of the city of East Lansing?
We ask their street address, but what we found in the past is that the confusion with parts of Meridian Township being labeled as East Lansing means that some people legit do not know what community they live in.
That happens quite frequently, actually.
Quite frequently.
We get calls from people who don't live in the city but think they do.
Yeah.
Well, I think
Pretty
we
common.
also have people with all the best intentions apply using a business address, which is not their residential address, and then were knocked out because although their business was here, their residence was not.
Their business could serve as a resident, but they could not. No, that is true.
So why can't we be clear in the application to try to reduce that possibility of checking a bunch of people who don't know where they live.
Well, they would have to be checked anyway, really.
Right.
Yeah.
But why can't we make some changes so that,
I mean, it does say, it's really pretty clearly right in that first line, applicants must be a resident of East Lansing and registered to vote in East Lansing. And, you know, hopefully they would know based on their voter precinct, but.
but the feedback you guys are given is that staff needs more time because people give their business addresses or people don't know that they're a resident of the city of East Lansing. So why can't we be more specific in this application so that people have to give are more likely to give their residential address as opposed to their business, or are more likely to maybe mention what precinct they vote in if they happen to.
We could certainly add language in there to strengthen that. And we could even say things like, you know, due to the nature of East Lansing's boundaries, you might have an East Lansing address and not be a resident of East Lansing, just to alert them to that possibility.
If I recall, they ran the names to the qualified voter quite quickly. And I think when each of us filed our petitions to run, they run them really very quickly. I was amazed at how fast that went.
Yeah, so this gives them a couple of days, just in case, you know, they're short-staffed because of the holiday still, or, you know, it's a little bit of a buffer. So that they're not absolutely scrambling. I don't have a problem giving them a generous amount of time to do that review. I think the later date is fine. Gives people the opportunity to really, you know, tune up their applications while they're got their feet up.
Did you say what date were you thinking?
January 3rd.
At 5 p.m.
At 5 p.m. Yep. And then we always get one at like 5:04, and then they're mad that they didn't, you know, it happens.
I've seen that happen.
Every possible variation is definitely going to happen.
I'm for January 3rd. I am respectful of staff time. I don't want everything to be, you know, because of this timing and staff being on vacation. And I was going to suggest December 28th for the folks that might be in the office to start vetting people. But if everyone's for January 3rd, like, I'm for that too.
I'm fine with December 28th.
I'm for that too, because is that the decision we're going to make? Can we?
Well, basically, I think the question is, are we okay with this application, first of all?
I'm okay with whatever you guys decide.
So, I mean, the possible addition that Councilmember Watson, just strengthening the language a little bit to say some, you know, like basically.
Some addresses are not in the city limits.
Yeah.
Say again?
Some city addresses are not, some East Lansing addresses are not within the city limits.
I
And then
mean-
we can also, in one motion, just approve the application and the posting as recommended.
I was thinking too, for street address, it could say, is this your home address or your business address, or please provide your home address.
So instead of street address, it could say residential address.
It could, yes. Or in parentheses, you know, please provide your home
What
address.
is the address where you live in the city of East Lansing?
Yeah, that's good. Mhm.
Yeah. So for street address, say, yep, you got it.
They are writing this.
Okay, perfect. All right, and then I'm fine with December 28th. I like the idea of giving a little bit of extra time, even though it might not be a huge amount of extra time. It also wraps it up within this year.
And that might answer my question. So I can take the oath of office, I have to do it by appointment on Mondays or Wednesdays.
Okay.
So Wednesday, the 28th, I want to give you guys as much time. I'm sure you're like, go, Lisa, go. But I want to make sure you have as much time within the 30 days to fill that. So if I were to submit a letter announcing a resignation effective 7 a.m. Wednesday, the 28th, that would give me that day to get sworn in, and you'd have a clean break. You would be you'd be asking people to apply when there is an actual vacancy, just to make sure it's all
We
tied up.
would be accepting their application.
I don't really think when there's the actual vacancy is.
Oh, okay.
I refer to Mr. Chubb, but I don't think.
Oh, okay.
I
We
think
covered a little bit
I think
of
you're
this last
working. I think you're working too hard on that one. I don't think it makes any difference
Cool.
that you have to, it's whenever you want to do your resignation, you make it effective a certain date, and then we're going to be off and running anyway, so.
We just have to fill within 30 days of a vacancy. so-
Yeah, of the
Like,
vacancy.
just don't do it right now.
It's like,
because
it's
then
like
we
you
would be a
hardly
little
knew
bit
me.
frantic.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I mean,
Right.
right.
Yeah, if you make it for the same day that you're taking the oath, just earlier than you're taking the oath, that would be perfect, because that gives us the longest 30 days window that we can get.
And I had originally intended to go to, say, the 29th, but the cutoff date for that office is Mondays or Wednesdays, so that's the 28th. But
Okay, perfect. I think that sounds good.
Which office are you talking about?
So December 28th.
Which office are you talking about?
Yes.
the office of the Great
Okay.
Seal.
And we're not discussing the
They have to go
interview
down
questions right
there
now?
and.
That's just on there? Okay, all
Yeah.
right.
Yep.
Yeah, I
I
was
mean, you
surprised.
could
Aren't you
review
gonna
them, and if
swear
you've
in?
got changes or something else, like,
Yes,
come
and then
prepared to
I'll
talk
also
about that, that would be great, but yeah, that's for the future.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah. Okay, so I am going to,
Hold on a second.
oh, okay.
So do we want a motion then to provide us permission to post it?
Yep, that's what I was gonna do.
Perfect.
Yep.
Thank you.
So I would like to move, make a motion for the city's staff to post the amended application, or the edited application with our changes, to the city website, with a deadline of 5 PM on December 28th.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, go home and go to bed, you crazy civil servants.
Anyway, I'll say it next week, but I never ran with the intention of anything other